All right. Well, that was loud. Hello, everybody. My name is Illia Nyzhnyk. I'll be your commentator for the round 2 of 2024 Chess Olympiad. And before the round actually begins, looks like it might be a little bit late again, but players are currently getting situated, so we have a little bit of time to go over some information. For all of you who are joining for the first time, here is a general info on the event. It's a 11-round team Swiss, meaning that teams of 4 players each will be playing 11 matches. Obviously, teams are currently in Budapest, Hungary, the capital of Hungary. I've heard it's beautiful, never been myself, but definitely would be looking forward to go one day. Time control. Each player gets 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then they also get 30 minutes added, so quite a bit of time. And obviously, per each move made, each player will get an additional 30 seconds, so games can last quite a bit of time. I think the longest game yesterday lasted about 5.5, maybe up to 6 hours. I'm not sure about that since I had to leave early. Dates. The tournament will come to its halt on September 22nd. That's, I believe, September 22nd should be a departure day, so it likely means that the last round is going to be on 21st, but I'm not sure about that, don't quote me on it. And obviously, probably the most important piece of information is that the winner is decided by the match results. And since there's 4 boards, in order to win a match, a team would need to score 2.5 points out of 4 at least. It's better to score 4 out of 4, because in case there's a tie, in match points, the tie breaks will be looked at, and the tie break is decided by the amount of individual points scored by each team member. In terms of standings, here we have, I believe these are the teams who managed to score 4 points managed to score 4 points out of 4 possible, and because for each match won, a team gets 2 points, and this is why you see these teams, showing with 2 points here. And even though these are not the highest rated teams, I believe the Team USA is highest rated, and it also won its first match, but I believe they only scored 3.5 out of 4, and therefore their tiebreak is a bit lower, so they are going to be sitting lower in their leaderboard just for the time being, but they're still placed on board 1 because of the rating. Here we can see the schedule. Okay, looks like I was wrong. The last round is on September 22nd. Along with the closing ceremony, I believe the round will be starting much earlier on that day. And later on, they'll have a closing ceremony. So that's that. Let's go ahead and move over to one of the match camera feeds. And okay, what is happening? Wait, is it on my end? It could be this is concerning. One sec, let me refresh that. Why did that happen? I'm not sure if it was on my end or not, but there was a lot of disruptions in one of the camera angles. Hopefully it's all fixed now. Okay. Is it just me, or is this particular camera not feeling well today? Okay, so I guess was just a little bit of lag, but yeah, as we can see, players are now taking their seats. There is a natural delay. I should probably be having the chat open right about now. Is this like the previous times that Eric Rosen's name is used as clickbait for the first round only? No, that's not true. Eric will be making his appearance at least a couple more times, as far as I know. I believe you can expect Eric to be commentating for you this upcoming Saturday, as well as probably on the weekend the following week. So no, he is going to be making his appearance at least a couple more times, so look out for that. When you get fact-checked by your own slides, yeah, feels bad, man. Hello, pass pawn. Right, I should have probably mentioned that 2 points per match won, 1 point per match tie, meaning scoring 2-2, and 0 for a loss. Sasha Dav97 is asking if the teams are playing for real or if it's scripted, as in every sport. Chess is a game of vast possibilities. Scripting everything would be kind of difficult, I feel like, In other sports, it's one match at a time, but in chess, just scripting this many games just doesn't feel right. Yeah, so yesterday we've seen a couple of, actually quite a few shaky games where massive rating favorites were struggling against opponents rated 400, 500, even 600 points lower than them. It just kind of shows you that you can never take anything for granted, and that there exist some people who are very strong, very talented, but just don't get as many chances to play in rated tournaments and professional competitions, and so they're not able to show their real strengths. I would say that we are probably going to be seeing a lot of that happening during this event, but hopefully this experience was a wake-up call for some of these top players. Are the cameras on all tables? No. So we have camera feeds for the first 16 matches, meaning first 16 times 4, first 64 boards of the open section, and first 6 matches, so first 24 boards of the women's section. As an example, we can go ahead and click, let's say, a game between Daniel Darda and Anish Giri, and it should take us. There's always a small delay, apologies for that, but the small delay is there to make sure my laptop doesn't die all of a sudden, because if my laptop had to hold all these video feeds running at all times, chances are that it would give up on me at some point. And this is why as soon as I switch to a different video feed, everything else gets closed down. So it doesn't put as much strain on their servers, having to run everything all at once, and on my laptop, having to do the same. Okay. I forgot, what's the natural delay? Is it 15 minutes? Because if it's 15 minutes, then the players should be starting anytime now. And obviously the opening phase will oftentimes be relatively slow, but I will try my best to entertain you guys as much as possible. What I'm really looking forward to is a laptop streamer. Yeah, I'm sorry, okay? I was supposed to be getting a PC, but it didn't work out. Yeah, I'm still gonna do that at some point in the future, but not right now. I heard if Singapore wins the match today, one of the players will be used as emergency substitute in the Deng Gukash match. Who is he gonna be substituting? Deng or Gukash? What's up about Singapore? Actually, let me go ahead and look. Where is Singapore? I feel like doing it this way. I know that this screws up the overlay for you guys. So once again, apologies for that. It just makes it easy. Oh wait, Singapore is what am I doing? Singapore is literally board 1. Wait, but they have pretty decent players here. Okay, yeah, it's quite a team they got. They got 3 GMs, and interestingly, one of their GMs is playing board 4 against a good friend of mine, Ray Robson. Go Ray. And then they have a FIDE master facing off against Levon Aronian. So once again, Levon was one of those top players during round 1 whose game was quite shaky. Levon was down a piece after a very, very unfortunate opening phase, but luckily for him, his opponent began using a lot of time on his clock and eventually blundered the piece back, and after that Levon was able to take over the game and won naturally, so that's great. What was my favorite game from yesterday? I would say the Uzbekistan team had quite a few interesting games, but unfortunately for them, even though they still won a match, but most of the players were struggling during round 1. Maybe round 1 is always can get kind of shaky because it's first game of the tournament. You're a bit rusty, and then you get into the flow after first game or two. So I think the game I really liked the most was let's see. I think it was Yakuboyev's game. He was in trouble. I think he got away with a draw in the end of the day. But his opponent, the way his opponent played the opening phase, it was a Sicilian defense. I really liked the attack. It was just a very, very typical Sicilian, crazy, go all out kind of attack by White, and it worked, and kind of just shows why certain openings can be, can be a big danger even for the top players, because it's easy to screw up, and the punishment that you receive can sometimes be critical that you cannot come back from. You think the fourth board from Vietnam is actually one of the organizers of the World Championship match? Fourth board from Singapore or from Vietnam? Which one is it? Isn't the board order tied to their rating? You see, that's what I thought, but you know, I guess maybe two possibilities, right? Maybe those two players are not that far off in terms of rating, or maybe there's some kind of other systems that they're using. Maybe it's not really tied to rating after all. I can actually go ahead and look up the ratings of both players. I'm not sure why it doesn't show me the ratings here. It shows the titles. Oh wait, I don't have to look anything up, right? I can just probably scroll down. I know it once again screws up everything for you guys. So the rating of FIDE Master Jenny Young Jaden Wong is 2397, and the rating of Grandmaster Wei Ming Kevin Go is 2449, right? So it's an approximately 50. Okay, it's 52 ELO point difference, which is probably within, within the limits, I guess. Nice bed sheets, thanks. I'm a big fan of foxes. Here, I have more. There you go. Robson sitting on that sweet 2700 rating. No, Array has been playing some amazing chess. I've had like an indirect competition with him of who's gonna cross the 2700 first, but then he beat me like easily. While I rapidly fell down from close to 2700 club, Ray stayed there and worked hard and showed consistent performance. That's what matters the most actually. On that level, you have to be consistent. You have to fight for every point. You have to play every game until the very end, and it's not easy to do that. Okay, so it's if we have a 15-minute delay, which is probably what's happening, then the games are a bit late. But once again, that's okay because yesterday the delay was what, about 20-25 minutes. So hopefully, in the future rounds to come, they'll be starting on time. And once again, I'm not exactly aware of what kind of natural delay there is. Maybe there is not. Maybe they are actually just 20 minutes late right now. Am I going back to 2700? That's like 140 points away. I mean, I wish. It's just that I've been a little bit too invested into other projects, I guess you could say. And I also have been traveling a lot. I've been going to Europe to see my family. Kind of had my head in a different place, But one day I'm planning to stay here in St. Louis for at least next 3-4 months and kind of work on chess. I'm currently also working for the St. Louis Chess Club as Grandmaster in Residence. So I'm definitely way more involved in chess than I used to be over the past year and a half. Road to 2700. At this point, the 2700 seems astronomical, even though I was literally what 7 or 6 ELO points away from it not so long ago. Year and a half, I guess, 2 years ago. At this stage of my career, 2700 just doesn't seem reachable. But it doesn't mean that I'm not gonna get back into high 2600s. Maybe I will. Many people keep claiming, many people I know keep claiming that I'm currently severely underrated. Just taking a little detour, the scenic route, the scenic route that lasts like 10 miles, The hike, the 10-mile hike. Farming IM Norm tournament still 2700. You mean they farm me? Like, my very first IM Norm tournament that was organized by a friend of mine, I scored 9 out of 9 there. But that was during an old FIDE calculation system. Okay, enough about me and the I am Norm tournaments. Here we are. The games have officially started, as I can tell from the camera feeds. Do we have a read on Lichess? No, we don't. Not yet. The pieces are not moving. We can see them moving on camera, but you know, gotta wait a little bit. Okay, what's happening to camera? So you guys seeing it too? Is it just me that is it just lagging for me? The cameras? Or oh boy, what is happening? Okay, so let's go ahead and maybe go to board number 5. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, by the way, that's Jorge Corey's game against Richard Rapport. Okay, in this one, the third board is just not showing. Okay, what are these? Oh, never mind. Never mind. That's actually no. This is Jorge's game. It's board 1. Yeah, makes sense. And once again, we're still not getting moves in the Lichess broadcast. Where can I find the camera feed? I'm not sure if you can necessarily find it, but I'm like, it should be like the camera feeds should be used like, in broadcasts such as this one. I'm not sure if you can just access it by yourself. Is this a new Lichess feature that lets you guess the moves in the games? Yeah, most definitely. Hello, Jonas Bueno from Brazil. Hello there. Hello, Zeno. Hey, guys. Okay, I started hearing the moves. I hear the moves, guys. It's happening. There we go. Okay. All right. So, on this first board, Jorge Corey, my former teammate at Webster. Jorge did study at Webster for a couple of years. Then I'm not even sure if he finished his degree or not, but something didn't work out for him, and he decided to go back home. He's a very nice guy. I wish him best. Hopefully he does well here against Richard Rapport, who is a very formidable opponent. We have a Sicilian defense, the Knight of variation. Obviously, it's going to depend, like which kind of Knight is going to depend on what White decides to do. So obviously, you're going to probably see Black taking on d4 here. And then there is a sideline where White takes back with a queen, but I haven't seen this played on top level. Wait, what? Wait, I mean, I promise you, I don't know what, I don't see the future. I don't know what's gonna happen next. I know this is a sideline. I know it feels weird developing the queen, but at the same time, developing the queen early, especially in Sicilian defenses, allows you to go for long castle like very quickly. So if anything, you just move the pieces out and then you long castle. Obviously, it requires White to play in a very specific manner, because after knight c6, the queen will be under attack. And as you can see, maybe Jorge is just a little bit stunned to see queen d4, because once again, it's not something you see being played on like the top level very often. It is a pretty I wouldn't say famous, but it's a pretty common line here in Sicilian. It's just that once again, it doesn't happen very often. I'm still a little bit shook to see it. So let's see how that plays out. Richard equals sidelines. No, oh yeah, right. Why am I surprised? Richard is like a sideline guru. Not even sideline guru. He's like, he just comes up with craziest open ideas. Richie took with a queen before. He's one of the only guys that did, or it's scripted again. Wow. Just link the camera feed in the chat. We're all buddies here. Like I wish I knew. I wish I knew the camera feed link. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is Jorge smiling? This is queen d4. All right. Anyway, once again, line is fine. It's not a bad line for White per se. It's a perfectly fine. It's just that very rare these days. All right, let's take a look at what's going on on the first board of the US versus Singapore match. We have Fabiano Caruana playing Grandmaster Jingyao Tin, and it seems to be Italian game. How do you know? I don't even need to look at the notation and what it says. What I do see immediately is that the bishop is on c4. If it was Roy Lopez, after bishop goes to b5 and gets hit by the a pawn, it would have gone back to a4. That's just what they do in Roy Lopez. The bishop goes to a4, then sometimes goes back to b3 or even c2 and hides there, waiting for the center to open up, right? So here, it's kind of easy to predict that the bishop wouldn't go to b5 and then to c4 because it kind of feels like a waste of time. Here it went to c4 immediately, which makes this an Italian game. And in Italian game, mostly just like in Roy Lopez, White's plans vary, from position to position. But usually, what White does is develops the rook to e1, moves the knight over to f1, and tries to play either d4, attempting the breakthrough in the center, or plays on the queen side by advancing the pawns with b4, a5, b5, so stuff like this. Black can also play in the center. Playing d5 for black is a little bit trickier because white already have the rook on e1 situated, so if black tries the d5, I think this would probably just not work as there is the e5 pawn hanging. I'm hoping I'm not blundering some crazy tactic, something like bishop takes f2. Actually, maybe I am blundering that, because there's knight takes e5, and then here black can take on f2 here with a check. Takes queen f6 would end up winning the rook, so that's not good. And if white doesn't take the bishop, it just feels like the white king feels extremely unsafe, right, with all these weak squares around it. So maybe if d5 does happen, maybe white just shouldn't fall for the trap and probably shouldn't take the e5 just yet. You can always just ignore it and keep developing. Actually, in this case, the knight may decide to go to e4, so that's probably why black... you don't usually see black playing d5 this early. Actually, you know what? Rook e8 move kind of does seem like it's a preparational move for the d5, Also, with the rook on e8, I guess it's a bit easier for black to play bishop e6, which would still be possible even here, because if black goes bishop e6, this trade... actually, you know what? This probably is not possible. There's queen b3 hitting both pawns at the same time. So by playing rook e8, black also gives himself a possibility of recapturing back his rook. So bishop e6 is a very typical square for the bishop to go to, and then after the trade happens, rook will capture back so that black doesn't have to ruin their pawn structure. Okay, so in this case, Fabi is going to go for the queen side advance with b5, I guess, b4, I guess, followed up with some kind of b5 in the near future. All right, so you guys will have to bear with me because I'm on a single monitor setup, so I have the chats open in separate windows, so I'll have to tab in and out of my broadcasting software. Maybe may take me some time, so please be patient. I'm trying to read all the chats, all the comments, obviously switching between games. May also prove relatively difficult because once again I am on a single monitor setup, so I can't easily see what's happening on the other boards. Actually, maybe that's something you could help me out with. If you sometime soon manage to find an interesting game, shoot it out in the chat and we'll look at it together. Otherwise, I'll leave it to my discretion which games to look at. So for example, right now, let's take a look at this game. Okay, so this is a pretty common position. Wait, no, it's not. Wait a second. What is this? What is that? Have you guys seen this before? I've never seen black playing h6 in Queen's Indian. What is that? And surprisingly, this is not even like this move exists. It's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 8th most popular move here. I've never seen anything like this before. I mean, I kind of understand why, because g5 is a cool square for the white bishop to go to, but this just feels like this move delays the development. And Gukesh's opponent just kind of said that, okay, well, h6 cool, I'm just gonna go ahead and do my thing, which is flanking the bishop on g2. Maybe he was hoping that this position will go into the Catalan after d5 bishop g2, and in the Catalan I think h6 is relatively pointless because white almost never puts the bishop on g5 and instead tries to bring it over to f4. So I guess that was the idea. But now Gukesh goes for just the very common Queen's Indian. Checks, retreats the bishop. Bishop g2 happened. Castle, castle. No, this is Catalan. But with black just having a pawn on h6. Once again, I'm not quite sure about how useful that pawn move is. If I were to guess, I would say not very useful. Where is Eric? Eric is gonna be joining in, or I guess he's gonna be doing a commentary by himself this upcoming Saturday and potentially over the next weekend. And so yeah, that's that. Gukesh is spoiling World Championship match prep. Looks like something from the candidates. Yeah, maybe it's just kind of going over my head, but I just can't think of a possible use besides just the h6 move being naturally useful as to creating an escape square for the king, right? So usually you play h6 in some opening lines to discourage your opponent's pieces from going to g5, but in Catalan, once again, the g5 is kind of, it just kind of feels irrelevant. White almost never puts anything on g5. So, you know, I'm still trying to kind of think of potential use for the h6. I guess maybe in some cases where black is going to be playing the knight e4 f5 line, right? So there's some lines that involve white placing the knight onto e4 and then going f5 and then potentially g5. So maybe in this case the h6 is there to help black begin the pawn push on the king side. This is a you know, a Stonewall style, obviously. And queen c2 was played. Actually, a very standard move. Queen gets developed to c2, kind of helping or potentially helping white play e4 in the near future. c6 was also the response, and now if white is trying to play e4, I wonder if they can just do that by giving the pawn up. Okay, so now this is interesting because in this structure, it is very likely that white will end up playing e4 and then e5, reaching a position like this, right? It's a very common pawn sacrifice. Black gets obviously an extra pawn, but they have less space and they have a couple of weaknesses, such as the d6 square. The king becomes a bit weaker because the knight was kicked out of f6. So in this case, the g5 square is oftentimes used to help white trade dark squared bishops. Why do we need to trade dark squared bishops? Well, to gain access to the outpost in d6 for the knight. In this case, h6 move is indeed very useful because it just disallows bishop g5. Okay, so that's cool. I'm not sure if white is going to play knight c3, right? Because once again, knight c3 involves a pawn sacrifice. It's quite tricky to just go ahead and sacrifice a pawn without, you know, kind of an extensive knowledge behind it. h6 is useful because if white tries to play bishop f4, I guess that's what the stars mean. Black has some g5 ideas at some point. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. So, for example, here bishop f4 would actually be a pretty normal move, I think. And now what you're saying is maybe black can just kick this bishop out with g5. I would say that it probably is more harmful for black to be playing g5, because, you know, the bishop is going to retreat either against g5 or maybe even against the knight h5. The usual way for black to deal with the f4 bishop is to go knight h5, where the bishop still ends up retreating to likely to c1. And this is actually, this weird maneuver is done to free up the d2 square for the white knight, because this way it makes it easier for white to play e4. And playing g5 is once again quite tricky because it just significantly weakens black king's pawn structure. Not quite sure. Once again, in some positions, especially in the positions where black plays at the Stonewall style with knight e4 f5, then yes, g5 is quite natural. But here, Uh, Without black getting that setup done yet, I would say g5 is, once again, kind of shooting themselves in the foot. Okay, so looks like cameras are working properly, that's good. We've forgotten about this piece set, so cool. Yeah, honestly, it looks way better than the one I used to use. Shout out to Lichess for using a great chess set. And the board, board is also quite pretty. Since his Gukesh doesn't he like to do crazy things? Maybe he wants to play g4, h5, h4. Is that possible? It is possible, but once again, the only place where I see black do that in Catalan is when they have already played knight e4, f5. There, yes, the all-out pawn rush on the king side is indeed quite common, but you need to have some kind of prep before that can happen, But we'll see how it goes. Right now, yeah, okay, so rook d1 happened, so I guess we're probably not gonna see any of that. Rook d1, knight bd7, this is the current position. And here, white, still one of white's main ideas is to play e4. And so, not quite sure how it can be done. I guess the bishop does need to move to f4. I feel like there's no other way, because knight c3 once again runs into this pawn sacrifice, which white probably doesn't want to do, I'm assuming. Like, I wouldn't. It just feels, once again, it feels scared. Maybe if I was prepared in that line, maybe I would have done it, but it doesn't feel like Gukesh's opponent is is very well prepared, as he has already spent more than 10 minutes on his clock, and Gukesh is blitzing out the moves. So I guess he knows what's up, which is always nice. Okay, so let's take a look at some other games here. Let's go ahead and see maybe Uzbeki team. What's going on here? Okay, so this is a line that a Caroline that became popular not maybe a couple of years ago, I would say. It's funny because when I was very little, we're talking like 5-6 years old, that's when I started playing chess. The chess school I was going to had this guy who would always play this Caracan line, and back in those days, it was kind of, it was believed that it's still way better to be taking this knight back with a g-pawn, because it brings the pawn closer to the center, it opens up the g-file for the black rook, and this is what people did back then. So we're talking what, over 20 years ago. But then this one guy at that chess school would always take back with an e-pawn, and I remember that I was like always very surprised to see that, because it kind of made no sense, right? In retrospect, you are moving the pawn away from the center, you're weakening the king, right? Well, that's pretty much it, I guess. You're making your pawn structure worse, because now white has a pawn majority advantage on the queen side, and yet he would always do quite well in this position, and I just couldn't understand how does it work for him. And then, 20 years later, everyone is playing it this way. Tells you something about how far chess has come. So anyway, this is still, everything is still a theory. So white is not going for the long castle line, because white can indeed castle long in these positions and try to go for the attack, which I think doesn't really work for white all that well. I guess that's why Yakuboyev Nodirbak is not doing it, because he knows that plan is not as good as some people may think it is. We're probably going to see h3 here, right? Because h2 is hanging. Chances are that white is trying to castle short. So probably h3. If white wanted to, he could still, technically make long castle work. Right? He can still play queen c2, hit the h7, and just develop the dark squared bishop and follow it up with castling long. But once again, as practice shows, like I've played these positions myself a couple of times from black side, and I've done really well in the past. So chances are that Yakuboyev will just go ahead and play h3, take it easy, castle short, and try to play for his pawn majority advantage on the queen side. Okay, so nothing unusual here. Take a look at this one. Here we have. Oh, by the way, I think, can you guys see the evaluation bar? You can't, right? I think that's probably an issue on my end. I may have it turned off. I don't. I don't have it turned off, but it's still not showing. Okay, what? Huh. Well, my apologies for that. If anything, I'll just I'll be telling you guys what's going on. I promise. Thank you, promise. Okay. Maybe somebody from Lichess can help me out with that, because I'm honestly not quite sure why it's happening. It's turned on, right? The box show evaluation gauge is ticked, so it should be showing up. Best move arrow. None of this works. It may have something to do with the fact that I had to modify these pages with a certain Lichess style to make everything work the way it's supposed to be, but I guess not everything is working the way it's supposed to be. Once again, my apologies for that. I will be on the lookout for the Lichess people suggestions, if they have any. If not, that's okay too. That's something I'm going to be looking into for my future streams. There will be 5 more of these, so hopefully I can fix it for the future. Usually have to use the Lichess tools add-on. Yeah, that's what I'm using right now, because but as far as I understood, I need to use the tool add-on to make cameras work. Do I need to be on a different scene? No, I don't have to be. Actually, the scenes get changed automatically. I'm not sure if you guys can see that, but as soon as I pick a game, for example, I'm gonna go ahead and pick this game here, last board of Norway versus Canada match, and the scene should have switched automatically. I don't see whether it did or not, but it should have. And there is no evaluation bar. Like, I don't see it. It's turned on, but I don't see it on my end, and obviously you don't see it on your end. Speaking of the of this game, I think this is a Queen's Gambit accepted one that I used to play myself, from both sides actually. So the way it works is that Queen's Gambit accepted, right? So white goes ahead and accepts the pawn sacrifice, and white goes e4, which is one of the possible responses, right? White, with this move, white is kind of claiming that, oh, you took the pawn, but now I have a massive center, right? I have 2 pawns on center squares, and I'm also threatening to win the pawn back. Black goes e5 and white goes knight f3, which is kind of counterintuitive. A little bit, well, from a development perspective, I guess knight f3 makes a lot of sense. But from perspective of kind of maintaining the center, a move such as, let's say, d5 makes a little bit more sense, because, it keeps the pawns intact. And after knight f3, white has to, black throws in a check to develop the bishop, and then eventually takes in d4, removing one of the strong central pawns. Okay, so white decides to go for the queen takes d4 line, which is a bit more timid, I would say. It gets queens off the board, and now, obviously, if white decides to take on c4 here, that would be a mistake, as the knight is currently pinned, and knight takes e4 leads to trouble, right? White is now down a pawn, and I would say white probably does not have enough compensation here for the missing pawn, because they also have some issues with the pinned knight on c3. This is why you see white throwing in f3 to make sure that doesn't happen, defending the e4. Black went bishop c5, hitting the knight. Knight db5 happened, knight a6. And now white can already probably just go ahead and take on c4, but instead he decides to hit the c7 pawn first, because the c4, it just feels like it's gonna fall on its own, right? White is just attacking it, the c4 pawn is not gonna go anywhere. So bishop f4 happened, and black said, no, I actually do care about the c4 pawn more than I care about the c7 pawn. I feel like at this point, white probably doesn't really have much else they can do. But I'm looking at the games that were played in this line, and the last game that was played was back in 2009 by a person I actually know quite well. His name is Yaroslav Zherebuch. He's also from Ukraine, And in that game, Yaroslav took on c7 with a knight and ended up winning the game. Probably took a while, I would assume, so this position is quite solid for black. But, you know, chances are that white is going to be doing well here. Okay, and this is board number 4, so we're looking at bottom right. That's the position, yeah, on the camera feed. Okay. Top GM is looking at the games. You don't need an evaluation bar. Well, oh, you know what? Wait, what if this is the way? Oh, it is the way. Oh, but that's not cool. Okay, you know, now you guys can probably see it, right? Yeah. You know why it's not cool? Because now I can see the engine evaluation. Can I turn that off? Oh, computer analysis off. No, oh, but oh my god, that turns everything off. Oh, the heck! I don't want to see the engine eval. Let's see, engine. No, I can't. What? Why does it turn everything off? I just wanna not see the engine. Now I feel like I'm cheating. Yeah, you guys can see the evaluation bar now, but it just doesn't feel right now. 8 years ago, I showed this line to my coach with knight takes f6, and in the Karen he laughed at me that at best I'm suffering for a draw. Yeah, that's what you would expect, right? But somehow black is making it work, and actually black reaches the draw relatively easily, while sometimes even winning games because white overpresses. Stick a post-it on the screen. I don't think I have any sticky notes. I'm just not gonna look in that side of the screen. Okay, I promise. I'm not trying to cheat you guys out of a quality commentary. I said that's what you wanted. I'm confused. No, what I wanted is I wanted for you guys to be able to show the engine evaluation, not the engine lines. I just wanted you guys to be aware of what's going on briefly. You know, not to go too deeply into the engine analysis, right? Because we are trying to understand the game on our own. We don't have access to engines when we play. So now the only way for me to show the evaluation bar is to have the engine running at the same time, and I don't wanna be looking at the engine because I wanna be kind of trying to think of things myself. But that's okay. Once again, I'm not gonna be looking. It's just that simple. I just don't look there. Because we have a game suggestion. Shtulovic Pierun, I guess it's Poland, right? Pierun, I believe, is Polish player. Casper. So let me once again apologies for wait, Poland. Oh, Poland. There you go. Okay, so here we go. Oh wow, what do we have here? Let's see. So we have a London. Okay, so just London, right? So London was b6, e3. So far so good. Look, everything is perfectly normal here. And white goes for c4, which you don't usually see people do in London. Usually the pawn goes to c3, and white kind of builds this kind of a box that's almost impossible for black to break through. If black is trying to win against London, it's gonna be like hitting your head against the wall most of the time. That's why a lot of people actually hate playing against London because of how sturdy it is. Very hard to beat the opening. So in this case, white goes for c4, which is a bit more aggressive right now. Oh, knight fd2. That's interesting. So once again, at fd2 feels a little bit weird because like if I'm trying to kind of think of a way for white to develop, now I might be in a little bit of a pickle, right? Let's say black castles. And how am I going to develop? Is this what white wanted? I'm just not sure if that works or not. So white can do this and just go ahead and give up the g pawn And then there's bishop h6, knight e8. Yeah, but even now the game is kind of getting crazy here already. Queen g4, queen f6. I'm doing something wrong, am I not? Okay, queen f6, oh, bishop g. Okay, so I guess after queen g4, black has to play f5, and because the queen is attacked, black's next move is going to be rook f7, and they should be able to defend themselves just fine, right? Yeah. Okay. So what does white do here then? Something like queen h5, maybe white just goes ahead and plays chess. You know, like even if you do give up material, you don't have to get an immediate reward out of it. Sometimes you just get a long-term pressure, and maybe this is what's happening here. I feel like f5 would still be a very useful addition, because we don't want to get mated immediately. So f5, something like maybe knight c3, and just keep playing chess. Maybe that's what's going on. But queen f6, queen f7, yeah, I don't know. I don't quite see anything immediate. Maybe there is like a magical move here somewhere. A magic move that makes everything right. Which was my favorite, most exciting game yesterday? I think I already answered that question. I think it was not Nodirbek Yakuboev's game. He was on a quote unquote suffering end of it, but really I was really impressed about the way his opponent played the opening and the middle game phases. Bro, you're not gonna be able to just not look at the engine bar? What do you mean? I'm looking at the bar. I'm not looking at the actual engine analysis. No, yeah, not looking at the bar is very hard, but not looking at the analysis is more than doable, I would say. But anyway, very interesting stuff. So if you go back here, I just once again retreat. Defending against the check using this knight is quite novel. Not something you see very often, right? Usually you're trying to develop your pieces, and ideally with a single move, you want your piece to develop and do something else at the same time. So in this case, knight bd2 makes a lot more sense to me, because once again it's developing and defending white against the check. Knight fd2, however, is once again very unusual. It has, I guess, some idea in mind. So let's see how it went from this point on. c5, a3. Black took, so black didn't want to place the bishop on a5 as they usually do. Why is that? It feels like the bishop may get trapped, right? But before never really works for white, I think, because obviously because of the pawn on c5, and there's no way for white to get rid of the pawn on c5. Bishop d6 also doesn't seem to be working very well, because there's knight e4, once again using the fact that the white knight is pinned. So knight e4, and I don't really see what white can do here, besides either moving the bishop back or taking on b8, I guess. Maybe that's what he wanted. Takes. No, but this just feels bad, right? Because now black has a bishop pair. Black is actually ahead in development now, right? And black has no issues, so this is probably not it. Am I missing something? Bishop d6, knight e4. I mean, I see that it's roughly equal after knight e4. What am I missing? Knight takes, d takes c5, b takes c5. Maybe some weird b4. Maybe this is it. b4. Knight d6 takes. Once again, feels a little bit strange. Like, why does white have to do any of this? Right? What if black just ignores everything and castles? Why does behind in development with really nothing to show for it? I don't know. Once again, it's probably some deep engine prep that is very hard to figure out over the board, and this is why people do it. Actually, this is a great method of throwing your opponent off their game. It's just kind of getting them into some kind of engine sideline, and it's just really hard to figure things out yourself. So in this game, Kasper Pierun took on d2, giving away the bishop pair, and then okay, now this pawn sacrifice makes a little bit more sense to me, because here I can see why white is doing it. So white is just trying to prevent black from castling for as long as possible, H5 is not the move I would expect black to make. I was looking into something like this, just to kind of blockade the bishop and still castle. Knight c6. The problem with this, however, is that white may actually use their e pawn to run it all the way down to e5. No, but there's, am I missing something? There's knight e4. No, knight e4 doesn't work. Yeah, I'm looking at this discovery check possibilities. Not as, oh, maybe because black just goes knight g. Wait, the g4 is hanging. What am I saying? Right, g4 is hanging. Can't do that. I guess let's try knight e7, e5, knight. Why is white losing now? I mean, I see that white is basically lost here after e5. Why is that? Can I find it? Something is telling me that I'm just missing something very simple. Maybe like this? Yeah, it's knight f5. Look at that. Knight f5, bishop b4, and I guess this bishop is gonna get hit again. Or maybe not being able to castle is not a big deal in the first place. Takes. I guess it's probably because black is about to castle anyway, because they have these two threats working at the same time. So white is probably unable to just keep the bishop on b4. Otherwise, I would say that white still has compensation here. I really like the bishop pair. Are you guys, how many of you guys are biased towards the bishop pair? Hello PHX, what's up? I can turn off everything but the evaluation bar. That's what I thought, but it's not. It doesn't work like that, I think. I'm trying. So I go into settings. If I turned off the computer analysis, the evaluation bar goes off with it. That's once again, it's really weird. Let's talk about it after the stream, if possible, Dominic, because I'm not quite sure how I can do it the way I want it to work. yeah, that's where I go. Yeah, just do 0 engine lines. In the engine setting, you can choose 0 engine lines. Search time multiple lines 1. I can put it to 0. I can put it to 0. Okay. That fixes it. Thank you. That does it. That's all I wanted. I see the eval. I don't see the lines. Perfect. You know, everyone is happy. Great. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Thanks. I haven't looked at chat in quite some time now, but now this works. Okay. All right, we good. Quite interesting indeed. Let's see what happens. So Pierin played h5, just bishop e2, simply developing, taking care of the g4. Well, the g2 is hanging. So yeah, so this game has a potential of getting out of hand. But we will keep, we'll keep attention on this game. But for the time being, let's go ahead and take a look at. Actually, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the matches in women's section. How about one of the top boards? Okay, so I think we've seen this somewhere, right? Same opening, the knight f6, e takes f6 Kara. It's called Tertakova variation. Well, didn't know that. Although this time white went for a slightly more trivial developing sequence, just knight f3, bishop d3, not really putting kind of too much thought into it. It may see white having to go back to e2, because if white wants to finish developing, they would need to somehow have their knight on f3 defended, or alternatively just go h3 g4, which could backfire. It doesn't seem to be doing much harm right now, but these pawns will eventually be used as hooks. Black can think of some ideas such as h5 and f5, and I would never feel too safe with my king being exposed like that. And h3 actually was played. We will see bishop h5, I guarantee you that. I mean, taking on f3 would probably be okay too, but why give up the bishop pair if you don't have to? So yeah, This game is quite tame. Here we have... I feel like this was also Caro. Yeah, this was also Caro. Caro can, but a pretty good version of Caro. Yeah, I think I've played this line myself a couple of times as black, and the way white is playing this is quite unsophisticated, because once again this is an advanced French structure now, but without black's main issue. And black's main issue in advanced French is always their light squared bishop. Why is that? Well, because their light squared bishop in advanced French is positioned on c8 and it's stuck there, right? That's black's worst piece at that point. And here, with the light squared bishop gone, black has no problems. Once again, black's only issue here is finishing the development, which is not all that difficult, right? So in this case, actually, black just goes for an immediate attack on the c file, and in the process manages to trade queens, right? So now white's only move is to take on d7. If they go back, okay, well, I guess, or they can allow the trade by playing knight c3. My apologies, yeah. It still, still gives white's rook an escape square against knight c2. So black took on b5, played a6. Knight d6 right now would be a double-edged sword. I would assume this is not a great idea to do this, because the pawn, although the pawn becomes passed, it's very easy for black to blockade, right? The d7 square is very conveniently positioned. Black can put their king there. Obviously, some preparation is required. I would say that here black would have to begin with f6, followed by king d7, and this pawn is very likely to just die down at some point. So here, yeah, white, yeah, for obvious reasons, does not go for knight d6. But once again, at this point, black has the c5 control. Black just needs to make sure the kingside pieces come out. So we are likely to see, something like knight e7 here probably. Knight is going to go to either g6 or f5. Then the bishop is going to follow suit, and the king, actually, very important point. The king will almost, I'll guarantee you, like almost, I would say, I will give 95% that the king is not going to castle in this position. The king is going to stay in the center. He's going to go to d7 at some point, because this is technically almost an endgame, right? So it's very likely that black just doesn't want to castle anymore, because the king does belong in the center in the endgame. Zhishka versus Yilmaz, Mustafa, and Burovich versus Anton have potential to be super interesting. Okay, we're gonna take a look in a moment. Board 30 is pretty crazy. Okay, sure, let's go ahead and take a look. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Turkey's match first. I think that's Yilmaz Mustafa, right? Turkey, there you go. Oh wow, yeah, this is quite interesting indeed. Okay, so what did this happen from? Let's see. So we have Sicilian Knighter, just standard knight. Okay, what's up with people playing like some random h6, a3, h3 moves? I've never seen this in my life. Like, why are these moves being played? In this day and age, sometimes you just, sometimes I feel like we have strayed from the passive delight when it comes to playing chess, and we have succumbed to the pass of the machines, and these moves just feel so mechanical to me. Like, I just like a3. Yeah, I mean, in some distant lines, in some distant future, like 1,000 years away, black plays e6 d5 and goes bishop b4 and white dies, or black plays like b5 b4. Actually, against b5 b4 this makes sense now as I'm thinking about it. It's just that, what if black doesn't play b5? Like, in some lines black just doesn't play b5. Then what are you using the a3 for? It just feels like a waste of time. So a3 is a preventative move against an idea that may not happen, right? I mean, I guess it probably will happen, because black almost always exclusively positions the bishop on b7. Sometimes it goes to d7, right? Sometimes knight will go to c6, bishop will go to d7. But those are rare. So I guess I was a bit too harsh on a3. b5 will probably still happen. a3 will be useful. And once again, just not the kind of move you see this early. You see white developing the pieces first, and then playing the preventative game. Ivanchuk is losing. Okay, we'll take a look at that after. E5, knight f5? Oh my. Okay, so typically, knight f5 doesn't work. Because there are multiple ways. Like knight takes e4, d5. Okay, so d5 was played. Bishop g5, d4. Yeah, this is actually why knight f5 is usually not a great idea. Because the black pawn reaches the d4 and begins taking away a lot of space from white pieces. And here, I think what black is supposed to take was the pawn, right? I think that's what I... Well, that's in normal positions where white hasn't played a3 yet. But here, with a3, I guess there's no check, right? Very important for black in those lines to be able to check on b4. It doesn't happen here. Wait, what if knight d5? Knight d5 just loses, right? Bishop f5, e takes f5, and queen takes d5. This loses a piece, right? So that's not where the knight is gonna go. Oh, maybe there's some weird bishop c4. It's a losing move. I'm not quite sure why yet. Oh, it's because I'm just gonna once again take on f5, take on c3, and this now does not win a queen anymore because black is not obligated to take. Black can just ignore the bishop and move up, maintaining the extra piece. And you know, since black king remains in the center, sometimes white may end up having some kind of compensation here, but not this time, right? White just doesn't have enough pieces near the black king to justify losing the knight. So what does white do now? Like knight e2 would be normal, and it doesn't... I mean, it's okay, but black is now significantly better. What's the move that allows white to maintain, you know, equality, which is knight b1? Once again, I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this. It's just although I see that a lot of strong players tried this line before. Hikaru tried this a couple of years back. Peter Swidler tried this against Wesley So, and he actually won the game. So I guess something that's usually uncommon can still, you know, be quite poisonous when used at the right moment, right? When you have to certain lines you have to use against very specific opponents at a very specific time. You know, knowing when those factors collide, like when you have the time and the opponent to play certain lines against, knowing that info can win you a lot of games. And obviously, once again, that kind of information relies on your intuition. Or that kind of those conclusions rely on your intuition, on your judgment, which makes you know best players of the world especially dangerous because they know you inside out, or that's how it feels. Okay, so knight f5, d5 was played. Wait, so this is literally what happened, right? So here, also after bishop takes f6, black took back with a queen, which should be promoted. It's the main line. Knight d5, queen c6, c4, knight d7. Yeah, quite interesting. Yeah, once again, very unusual. Oh, and white sacrifices a piece. Well, white is currently down a piece, but with an amazing knight on d5, you know, cool pawns, very cool central pawns. I guess rook g8 will be played, and this might actually be one of those positions where white just plays chess and uses the fact black pieces are severely lacking space, right? Very, very passive. Most of the pieces, including the knight on d7, maybe something like f4 here. I was just trying to play e5 and take away even more space, but there's something wrong with f4. What about g5? Actually, it's not like too bad. You see that the engine thinks that black is now slightly better. Okay, it keeps going up. It keeps liking black's position more and more. Okay, so but what does white do? Maybe just e5 right away. Yeah, okay, e5 right away. Okay, so I don't have to wait and prepare it with f4. I can just do it. Okay, cool. Yeah, very unusual. Honestly, it's scary, you know. But I think that it's scary to play this. Surprisingly, Mustafa's opponent has also spent a significant amount of time. Helgidem Ziska from Faroe Islands. Interesting. Okay. a3 makes sense because bishop b4 is relevant after e5 knight f5. Yes, you're right. Yeah, a3 suddenly makes sense, but that's, I would say, only because black played e5. Black is not forced to play e5. What if black played like g6? What if black fianchettoed, right? So definitely interesting, definitely very, very line specific. Okay, I think we had a request to look at Ukraine. Here it is. And people said that Vasily Ivanchuk is losing. Oh, once again, it's yet another Sicilian defense, right? I'm assuming. Okay, so one of the sidelines, which is h3. It's funny because I literally just worked on this line with one of my students, and I think that we kind of concluded that black, like the best thing black can do here is to play e5 if black is trying to play for a win, and then g6 is also actually also pretty solid. So if you guys want to spend some time analyzing this line, then I would recommend focusing on e5 and g6. And e6, while is probably okay, I would say that it gives white an easy play from this point on, right? So white doesn't have to worry about much. White just gets to play g4, gets to flank as the bishop, and then gets to just push the pawns on the king side, and it just feels like it's way too easy for white to play this, right? We're not applying enough pressure because in Sicilian, black can apply a good portion of pressure on white in certain lines, and it just feels wasteful to be defending from the get-go as white. So let's see what went wrong. So far, it's all looking pretty normal to me. Actually, white didn't play bishop g2 because of this maneuver. White actually does need to keep the bishop on f1 to defend themselves against the knight c4. Okay, yeah, once again, nothing unusual yet. White castled, white played king b1, a very common preventative move, right? Just to move the king away from the c file, because that's where most of the action is going to be happening on. And now white goes for his own attack with bishop g5. Once again, bishop g5 feels odd, and yet we see white spending almost no time, and Vasily Ivanchuk has also been playing very fast here, which makes me believe that maybe they're both prepared, even though there were no games played from this position anymore. So maybe both players kind of felt that they can just get their pieces out to the squares they usually go to, because that's a Sicilian fallacy. In Sicilian, many people mistakenly believes that no matter the situation, they can just get their pieces out to certain positions and it's going to be okay because that's where they're going to go anyway. But I think that it actually matters a lot where you put your pieces, and while we see this formation of pieces in most Sicilian defenses, it doesn't mean that it's going to be right to do so anywhere. So yeah, so here comes the first moment where Vasily Ivanchuk decided to play h5, which feels once again very counterintuitive. H5 I've seen before, not like this. I've seen black playing h5 to prevent white from playing g4. I've actually had games like that myself, where I would play h5 to either prevent or significantly delay g4 from happening. And here, h5, it just feels like white can just take on h5 exactly, because rook h5, h4, and this rook will have to leave, right? This rook will be getting kicked out by the bishop or by the queen, depending on whichever one is alive still, and then white will proceed with a pawn push, right? So in this case, when you're getting attacked on the king side like that, black's goal should be making sure that they have something going on the queen side, right? So here would have to look at moves like d5 or knight c5, knight a4. So we need to do something, otherwise we get killed on the king side, and it looks like this is why, because essentially what black did is black made white's attack come in faster, right? Since black has to waste time capturing the h5 and then going back, so white ends up winning a couple of tempi. This just once again feels wrong. It just feels like black shouldn't be doing this, and instead black should be focusing on their own game on the queen side. Maybe something like knight c4. I guess white will probably take on c4, and then queen takes c4 with maybe the knight coming in somewhere, like knight c5 hitting the e4. The agent doesn't like this very much. I wonder what the correct response here would be. Maybe just knight c5 immediately. Yeah, knight c5 immediately hitting the e4, right? And then potentially we're still kind of threatening knight c4, even though now if we decide to play knight c4, we would have to take back with a pawn, but that also helps us open the b files, right? So in this case, it feels like black shouldn't be wasting their time trying to kind of prevent or postpone white's attack, because it's not gonna work out. So here, black should just kind of ignore white and do their own thing on the queen side. All right, I haven't looked at the chat for a while, so let's take a look again. No new comments. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, Vasily Ivanchuk. So okay, I think we haven't seen the final position. Okay, so this is it. White took on c4, and then white played rook h3, which is a great move, moving the rook away, getting ready to play f5 or maybe even e5. At f6, f5 happened, and actually f5 was significantly weaker than what would be stronger. e5 maybe? Yeah, e5 would be stronger. Why is that? Takes? Is there some kind of tactic here? Maybe like take on b5. Yeah, look. Would you look at that? Takes. It takes the knight. This gives me the Noderberg games vibes. I think, oh, this is just over. There's queen d7 and queen d8, which would actually be a checkmate. This is just over. Once again, this gives me Noderberg games vibes from yesterday, right? Where you know, if you don't have proper reaction to your opponent's attack, or if you don't attack fast enough yourself in Sicilian defense, this happens, and the game can end very quickly. Once again, just to remind you guys, I already said that during yesterday's stream, but this is exactly why I stopped playing Sicilian defense about 10, 11, 12 years ago, when I think I was international master back then, and I would run into these kinds of situations all the time where I would screw up, and it was I would make a bad move or two. And here I think Vasily Ivanchuk's pretty much only mistake was playing h5, and this is kind of all going downhill from this point on. And that's a scary part about playing Sicilian is that you misplay once, and if you're playing against a capable opponent, you may not be able to come back anymore, because you just get mated. So that's that. Let's see. I think there was one other suggestion. Oh, it was Burovich versus Anton. Anton, I believe it's Anton is Spain, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Spain. Yeah. There you go. Anton David. We have, whoa, this is yet another Caro that turned out to be quite crazy. So Caro-Kann advanced. h4, okay. It's called Tau variation again, and Anton played h6, which I personally stopped playing. I also used to play h6 here, but there's some lines like this, g4, f3, and e6 here, which actually didn't happen. The e6 being the most played, but Anton's opponent went for, once again, a more timid bishop d3. This feels like it allows black to quickly trade likely their worst piece and play e6, and this structure with black having no light squared bishop, it just feels very pleasant. Also, white is expanded quite a bit, and white still maintains a space advantage. So maybe because I know that in advanced Caro, one of black's main problems, besides having well, the bishop is not in c8 per se, right? The bishop always, not always, but mostly comes out to f5. So black's main problem is actually space and where to put his pieces. And maybe this is why you see white being slightly better right now, because black is severely lacking space, right? So yeah, this just feels like an advanced French variation, but with no bishop on c8, and yet somehow white is doing quite well. Yeah, so this is where in advanced variation of exchange French, this is where black knight would be able to go to either one of those squares, which is not the case here, because once again those are taken care of by white pawns. So I guess the knight will have to go to something like c8, which is not ideal on, yeah, and here actually, it's funny how white doesn't even have to develop, and I feel like this breakthrough just works out immediately because they have the knight coming into f4. Once the e6 pawns get traded away, white will have a check on g6. It's unpleasant. It's very unpleasant. This is probably why Anton kind of thought about this and realized he needs to take care of that idea immediately. So he played f5. We see en passant happening, and then Anton's opponent just went ahead and took the pawn. So now white does have a pawn, but white is indeed behind in development, right? White has, well, technically we can say that it's even because white has queen and knight developed, black has both knights developed, but after rook g8, rook g1, queen d7, I still feel like it's way easier for black to keep the developing going than it is for white. So white played knight a3. I would say this is quite smart, getting ready to go occupy the outpost, also freeing up the way for the rest of white's pieces. I feel like we are most likely to see e5 happening at some point of the game, either now or maybe a bit later, because this is kind of what black compensation is, right? If black doesn't play in the center, then why are they down a pawn? Right? It's hard to imagine anything else black can do. Also, e5 helps black apply some pressure against g4, so that I don't really see anything else black can do here to keep this game competitive, right? If black plays this normally as if they weren't down anything, like making normal looking moves, it just feels like at some point e5 will be already too late. Yeah, for example, here you see if black waits, e5 is no longer, is no longer as scary for white to deal with. Maybe it's because just f5. Yeah, it's because just f5. So why was f5 not working if black plays e5 right away? Let's take a look. So e5, f5. Okay, so I'm blundering something. What am I blundering? Okay, let's see. Oh, it's just e4, knight e5, and the knight is coming to f3 while also hitting the g4. So actually in this case, white is probably going to be losing their extra pawn back immediately. Right, so you see, it's too late. If black just castles and then makes another random move, they no longer have enough counterplay, sufficient counterplay to justify the missing pawn. But if they play it fast, if they play e5 right now, which still hasn't been played, so I guess Anton is thinking about maybe whether to play long castle first or whether to play e5 first. You see, in chess, timing matters a lot, right? You can't just, kind of think of an idea and then expect that idea is going to be good, to go for the rest of the game. Things change very quickly in chess. Your opponent is also very smart. Oftentimes they can understand what is it you're trying to do. They will stop it, So to make sure that your plans work out, you need to be as fast as possible. You need to be very precise, and you need to be to the point, right? You can't just choose a plan and then halfway through change your mind unless there's something extremely wrong with the plan, right? Okay. Kindly tell, how are you getting the videos of the players? Well, there are cameras in the playing area, and chess platforms that are currently performing the commentary. Those platforms have access to the camera feeds. I'm not sure if general public is able to access those cameras or not. What I do know is that Lichess has access to these cameras, probably chess.com has access, and maybe a couple of others. Hello, Dyslexic Brain, what's up? Okay, so that's Anton's game. Let's go ahead. I'm just gonna go ahead and choose a random game. Maybe if I see someone I know, somebody I know quite well, I'm gonna, which is not a lot of people, and I'm gonna lie. Okay, so a good friend of mine and the team captain for Webster University. He's also a head coach of Webster's chess team right now, Grandmaster Lim Lequang, playing white against International Master Rahman Muhammad from Bangladesh. This is a sideline I would use quite often myself. So the idea behind this line is that white probably delays the castling, and when the time is right, white is just going to advance on the king side and try to checkmate black. So this is exactly what you see Lim is going for here. The obvious problem with this is that you are overly investing on the king side, and your king stays in the center. If you castle long, it may or may not work, because once again, black's perfect response would be to begin playing in the center, because white has kind of giving up the central control, trying to keep things open, right, for their pieces in case their kingside attack does work. This is why you see Rahman playing e5, which I believe is a correct reaction. And then something like this happened with white pawn indeed reaching the g5. This is a I would say an interesting move, because a3 is a hook, right? So let's say if black plays queen e7 at any point, castling long would not be available for white anymore. So this is why playing a3 is a double-edged sword, even though it feels like knight b4 is coming. I'm not quite sure if that's as scary as it seems. So after white goes a3, I think chances are that white will probably just not castle. White is gonna keep the king on e1 and try to go for, a bunch of other, pawn advancements like h4. Exactly, this did happen. E4 happened, knight d4. So yeah, e4 might have been a bit premature, because once again, this allows white to join in another piece into the attack. And instead of e4, I think black should be trying for d4. At some point, maybe even now, I'm not sure if d4 would work now. No, it does not. But at some point, if black can manage to play d4 and then just close his bishop completely, chances are that white's attack is not going to work anymore. I know it's rare that d4 works, but I would expect that's what black should be trying for. So e4 actually exposes the long diagonal, making it easier for white to attack. And then f4, yes. So Lem is playing it the way I've always kind of gone for. Whenever I would play this line. So very standard and actually very tricky to play against. So this trade happened. Lim's opponent went ahead and played queen e7. Lim hasn't spent any time almost, and his opponent is already missing half of the time on his clock, which is always nice. Because when you're attacking your opponent, they're under constant pressure. They have to keep thinking, keep solving problems. That's how you win chess games, right? You make your opponent solve problems all the time, and eventually they crack under pressure and make mistakes. You see, if your opponent doesn't make mistakes, you can't win the game. The way to win the game is to force your opponent to make mistakes, make inaccuracies, to give you something to work with. And there's nothing better than doing it to your opponent while they're struggling with their time management. I feel like that's probably the most efficient way of forcing the mistakes out of your opponent. The organizers provide camera feeds for a price to anyone who is interested. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I thought that chess platforms probably got it for free, but yeah, probably not. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Links don't show, maybe semantics, but technically they would be sponsoring the event itself and not paying specifically for the feed. Yeah, it's an interesting discussion for sure. Like I don't know whether these major chess platforms do or do not pay for the access to the camera feeds, but regardless, we get to enjoy a good show, so I thank them for that. You can win if they make many inaccuracies. Yeah, that's for sure. A lot of inaccuracies do add up to tangible advantages. It's just that if it's not a blunder, it takes a higher level of skills to understand and take advantage of an inaccuracy, if that makes any sense. Because if it's just a simple blunders and you're like, oh, there's a blunder, you know, I can win a piece in 3 moves. I see the tactic and I win a piece, and okay, with an extra piece I should win the game, right? That should be probably the thinking process during a game. But then if your opponent just misplaces a piece and you're like, okay, well, this piece was supposed to go there, but it's here now. And it's not really doing all that great, so maybe I can take advantage of that. So this piece can't really be used to its full potential, so let me, you know, do my own thing, and I don't have to worry about this piece as much anymore, right? So kind of this, you know, this process of thinking, and then this process of thinking actually happens quite, you know, a lot more often than just kind of thinking about how to win material by force, right? Because usually, especially on this level, people don't make mistakes of that kind of caliber where they just kind of, you know, blunder or something. Although during the first round, you saw like even the best players of the world, you know, misplacing their pieces, blundering, making poor opening choices. So it happens to the best of us. You know, chess is a sport. There is a massive human factor in chess, and you know, anyone can beat anyone. Although, you know, the chances are that if you are much weaker than your opponent, that you know, you'll, you know, on a distance, you know, in a match, you'll probably still be losing, but you know, in an individual game, you still have a good shot. Okay, so which matches have we not looked at? Okay, so let's actually go ahead and look at Nicolas Theodoro's game. His games are almost always very, very exciting to watch. And this one is not an exception. Look at this position. Once again, a complete chaos. Pieces are all around the place. Pawns doubled. You know, white is missing material, I believe. Yeah, white is missing a pawn right now, and yet white is better. So let's see how this happened. Okay, so we have a classical Sicilian. Okay, now Nicolas is going for the Rossolimo. Gets met with e6. And this is actually one of the sidelines, I believe, b3. Actually, not even, right? So the most common move here is d3, where white is going to castle and I guess attempt to play against these double pawns that black got. But b3 also makes sense to me, right? Just attempting the fianchetto. Also here, white did end up playing e5, and after black took, white captured back. Queen g5. Okay, so I think this is a trap. I'm not an opening specialist, guys, but something is telling me that after queen d4, knight c4, black can't really take here, because if black takes on a1 right now after knight c3, this queen is completely trapped. White can't win it just yet, but there is actually not much black can do to save it. Right? It just keeps sitting there until white castles, moves the queen out, and then eventually the queen is going to get captured. So while this may have seemed like a blunder on white's part, queen d4 doesn't really do much. And this is why, yeah, Nicolas's opponent went for queen g5. This is how black won a pawn. But once again, if you take pawns early like this, you need to make absolute sure that your pieces are able to come out on time, because what ends up happening is that you're giving away a lot of tempi during the development phase. If pieces get exactly where they need to be, you know, they'll do some real damage. So as black, yeah, see, black is already kind of making, I would say, a poor choice, wasting even more time trying to build some kind of fortress-like setup with his pawns, which appears to not be the best way to continue. I would say that I'm not quite sure why black couldn't just have done something normal like knight f6. The engine also doesn't really like knight f6 all that much. What about bishop a6? I'm just looking for common development moves. Bishop a6 makes a lot of sense because it's the only place where the bishop is on an open diagonal. And actually this move prevents white from developing effectively, right? The queen would want to go to e2, now it can't. Now white has to spend an extra move like d3 to make it happen. Maybe now black just goes knight f6, or maybe now f6. There's a game, Metal Aditya versus Tobias Cole from 2024. White won this game. But once again, the engine doesn't really mind black's position. Interesting. Something like bishop, when bishop d6 runs, well, first of all, the g7 is hanging. What am I doing? Long castle feels very unnatural. Maybe something like h6 even. Like I'm trying to, maybe knight e7, knight d5. I'm trying to find, yeah, knight e7, knight d5 works, yeah. Trying to find a way for black to develop effectively, and yet, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy, plus combined with really weak pawns on c5 and c6. Having an extra pawn here from black side would not make me feel safe. You know, I like taking material, but you know, in my personal experience, the intangible advantages will almost always outweigh, you know, tangible material gains, like, you know, taking an extra pawn. Sometimes even taking a piece is not great either, because the amount of activities, the amount of control that you have to give up to make it happen is just not worth it in the long run. So here we see the game is kind of sees Nicholas thinking at this point. There's some queen e4, there might be even queen a6 isn't possible right now because black just takes here. But queen e4 probably is, right? Queen e4 hits both the bishop and the pawn. Black has already made a, you know, a singular move with the bishop going to g4, so now, you know, if black takes, then there is no longer a bishop pair to worry about, and c6 is still hanging. So probably would have to go back to d7. And at this point, if white is just trying to win back their materials, they can already do that, right? Knight a4 just wins the pawn back. Once again, I'm not sure if white has to, because as I said previously, these pawns are more of a burden for black than anything, so it just feels like white can win either one of them anytime they want. Black king is still on e8. Makes me feel like maybe something like d4 may work. Although black has two pawns controlling the d4, so chances are, yeah, first of all, it doesn't work. It just simply doesn't work because there is a bishop hanging, so I cannot recapture. And if I take on f8, the black king moves away from the X-ray, and I can't take on d4 anymore because the pawn is not pinned. Okay, so knight a4 would be probably pretty common. Maybe even a long castle would be something worth considering. Okay. Cool game. Let's see. Do you guys have any other suggestions? I keep looking. Привіт з Вінниці, привіт Вінниці. Слава Україні, героям слава. Have you seen Turkey? Two 2600 GMs born in 2008 and 2011 as top boards? Yeah. Quite a few talented players, you know, are out there right now. Very young, you know, very hardworking, you know. I wouldn't dare to say they remind me of myself back in those days, but you know, I remember the amount of time I used to spend on just working on chess and playing tournaments, and it was working for me, you know. Oftentimes, whenever you run a campaign to get good at the sport, there's always a chance that something is going to go horribly wrong, and all the time and effort that you're putting into it is not going to come out to anything. It's not going to amount to anything. So it's a big risk for the families, you know. But if a person is really trying to succeed, you know, if they're really personally interested in this, then it significantly improves the chances. I never checked the board 30. Sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at the board 30. Okay, so this is the e6 line in Karo. Yeah, this is h5. Oh, sorry, h4, h6. Yeah, well, yeah, actually h4, h5, right? Yeah, no, I was correct the first time. My apologies. Yeah, now it's queen a5 check, queen a6. Yeah, e6. Okay, yeah. Now I don't think I've seen b4 being played very often. I always thought I can just take on b4, and it's not going to be enough of a compensation here for white. But I see that I'm probably just wrong, because Jordan Van Forest played this against Magnus Carlsen and drew. Ivan Cheparinov played it against Anton Gujaro and drew. You know, so a lot of strong players play these positions with easier color. Once again, if black doesn't want to bother, they can just play queen a6, which black would have done either way. Kind of makes it, you know, kind of easier to play, because we're trying to play queen e6, and with a queen in a6, we are doing a couple of things in these lines. We are not letting white play c4 and apply pressure against our center, and also if white decides to avoid the trade, we are making it harder for them to castle short. So here, in this case, it was just this one little line where white gives up a pawn early, but gets black to have double pawns in the e-file. The bishop is very unhappy. Now bishop is an extremely unhappy camper. Would have to go to either g7, or black would have to, you know, give up a pawn by playing e5 and then just moving the e7 pawn out of the way. So it makes it hard for black to develop. I was not quite sure whether just having this extra pawn is really worth it or not. Actually, this is why you see black just kind of okay giving it back. Goes a5. White takes, which is still fine. This would begin threatening knight c7. Once again, I'm not a big opening specialist, so I'm kind of you know, trading in the dark here. Wait, this is the line, right? So this is exactly what happened. Also, here in this position, I'm assuming castle is bad. I mean, I'm not assuming castle is, as we can see from the evaluation bar, castle is a foul move. What would white have to do? I guess just knight e5, maybe picking up the g6. The engine begins realizing that, you know, white's position is just kind of all over the place. White also has now double pawns in the d-file, weak pawn on a2. Black's pieces are just better developed in general. King e6, maybe knight takes g6, something like this. Here, knight f4, king f7. Once again, I'm just making moves and hoping they're right, and that seems to be working because I haven't made any mistakes yet, according to the engine. Now the d4 is hanging. If white takes on h5, they will lose the g2. White decides to defend the d4. I feel like it's not going to work for too long. Let's just rook a4 and d4 will fall eventually. So yeah, while white is able to maintain the pawn advantage, like extra pawn advantage, it looks like they can never feel too safe about keeping it. Right, the d4 is going to fall. If white tries to pick up the h5, the g2 will be always hanging. So it's like, you know, white is trying to hold their pawns like they are, you know, houses of cards. They're just almost, you know, falling apart, and yet white is just with everything they've got, white is trying to hold them together. And I'm not sure if that's a good strategy, you know, to have when you're playing as white. You know, it's too stressful, too stressful. A little bit like the line we played yesterday. Oh yeah, right. I've played the h6, I think, against you, if I'm not mistaken, not h5. I could be wrong there. Illia out of bed after a 12-hour stream, going for another cycle. Yeah, what's up, Mick? Yeah, I know, right? Streaming 8 hours basically in a row is not an easy task, but somehow it's been working so far. Ah, yes, I played h6 against someone else. Yeah, right. You played bishop g5. I remember now. Okay. I would say we probably go ahead and take a look at some of the women's matches here. This is approximately the point of time where most games will be entering the middle game, which is exactly what I'm looking forward to, because the middle game, in my mind, is the most exciting part of the game. It kind of shows you who the players truly are, because opening you can rely on the engines a lot, but once middle game happens, unless you had an extensive home prep where you also covered some middle games, which some of the top players definitely do, but it's not truly who they are, you know. You truly see who the person is, who the player is, by the way they play middle games, in my mind. So here, c4 feels strange, but it's almost like a Maroczy bind, right? So eventually what white is trying to do is white is trying to play knight c3 and then play d4 and just have these two pawns controlling most of the center. It's nice when it works. Most of the time it doesn't. Okay, so here white decides to just not waste any more time and just goes for it, just d4. Black takes, which is one of the main responses here that black tried. Also, surprisingly, castling was tried as well, which is really liked by the engine. The engine says, "Oh, castle, great job." And if d5, maybe something like knight d4 even. No, this is an overkill, isn't it? Takes. White takes. Yeah, white can just go ahead and take. I thought that maybe because white's king is still on e1, we would have a chance to get the rook out and do something on the e file, but no, we just can't play rook e8 here. So a little bit overly optimistic on my end here. What about knight a5? So I'm just kind of trying to check all the weird looking moves, the moves that you would normally not play in these types of structures. Knight a5, it probably shouldn't be losing the knight, right? It's on the edge, but it's attacking the c4 right now. The e4 is also hanging, so feels like white has to play knight d2 or something like queen d3, just some move that holds both pawns together. Actually, queen d3 is not great because we can still take. I know what this is about, right? Winning the piece back. Actually, this is just immediately over, right? Because here it's close to impossible for white to castle, as there is always going to be this bishop a6. Bishop a6 skewer. So white is in a big trouble, as you can tell, and once again black has a bishop pair. White's d5 pawn is likely going to fall. You know, black is almost done with development, so this would be a disaster. Quite interesting. So you see, castling is like a statement. I see a move like castling, like some kind of statement that you know, even if this move costs black material, chances are that just being up in development is going to overly compensate for the missing pawn. Okay, but you know, there is no need for complications. You know, when somebody is playing Rue Lopez, just like Tanya Sajtov is in this game, it probably means that the person is looking for more of a positional game and not dynamic, you know, sacrifice half of the set kind of game. And that's actually something you can take advantage of, right? You can see through your opponent's intentions by the opening lines they choose. That's why I like playing some sidelines, let's say in Queen's Gambit Declined, where, you know, somebody's playing Queen's Gambit Declined, they're likely trying to play positional chess. So I like going for the sidelines that involve white castling long and trying to attack black king, because that's not something they're oftentimes prepared for. Never saw Tanya still plays. Yeah, she's more into a commentating job right now, isn't she? Classic chess is so relaxing compared to bullet. That's true, but there's at the same time more going on. You can see more things. It's just a prettier game, yeah. Faster time controls are more exciting, more adrenaline, more dopamine. Classical is, you know, more weighted, more, you know, kind of more emotionally intelligent. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say here, but it's just it takes the best out of you as a player. Long castling Queen's Gambit Declined is pretty cool. Yeah, I like those lines, even though with proper reaction nothing really is going to happen to black, but it's just that it's something that black is usually unprepared to play against once they choose a line as safe as Queen's Gambit Declined. Okay, so here we see black getting their pawn structure ruined, and yet there are some good things about black's position. In particular, maybe the b8 file. Also, once again, it's fairly easy for white to deal with that. Just play b3. Maybe the bishop is going to come out to f6 and and try to annoy white on that diagonal. And needless to say, yeah, it feels like black would have to play c5 either way. Also, in this case, they do expose a d5 that the white knight can immediately go to. That's exactly what happens. Knight d5 happened, bishop f6, knight takes. Okay, so there is no way to avoid losing the bishop for the knight, I guess, because bishop h4 runs into g3, bishop g5, white can just take on g5 and then win the c7. Otherwise, white can just go ahead and take on e7. So black decides to let the trade happen on her own terms. So bishop f6 takes, knight takes f6, rook e1, rook e8, and this is the position we are looking at right now, happening live. What do I think about it? I feel like white has a good shot at winning this, despite the fact that black has quite a few pawns and dark squares, limiting white bishop's ability to move around. There are still a couple of places where the bishop can go and be very, very annoying. So for example, I feel like white would almost always exclusively play f3 here. And then what I'm looking forward to doing is carrying the bishop and then getting the battery going. Once again, this is a very long-term plan. I'm not quite sure what black can do against this. Maybe black can try to go for something like knight h5 and f5, some breakthroughs, applying pressure against the e4. Otherwise, if white gets that setup, black may end up losing the ability to move for the most part. Yeah, and this is why I feel like if black just kind of sits and waits and does nothing, which may happen because black may think that her position is very solid right now, which it is, but once again, as soon as white gets that setup, I feel like chances are that black will be in real trouble. So let's see how this goes. And for the time being, let's go ahead and move to a different game here. Let me pick something. I'm gonna go ahead and look at this game between Ukraine and India. Wait, what? Not India? This is Bulgaria. No, sorry, Lithuania. Why does it say India? Aha. That's why. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. It's not on my end, I promise. Hello, KN Chess, what's up? Oh, we've lost like a good portion of the viewers because of this. Understandably so, but yeah. It is what it is. It's, it happens sometimes. There's a lot of games to manage, and this is a wonderful picture. I just love, the sci-fi elements of it. Robots, food, very cool. Hopefully this can be fixed as soon as they can, and it looks like it isn't fixed yet, because now we have things that are going wrong on this page. This is very irresponsible. Well, I mean, stuff happens, and once again, with the event as grand as Chess Olympiad, we need to be patient and cut everyone, some slack, because it's a lot to manage. There's a lot of people, a lot of boards, a lot of wires running around the playing area, cameras and stuff. It's a lot of technical knowledge is required. A lot of things can go wrong. It happens. Stuff like this happens, and you need to be patient, because I'm pretty sure they're doing their best to fix this right now. Back here because Lichess is down. Oh wait. Devs are on it. Yeah, see, it's gonna get fixed, very soon, guys. We're good. Can you also see the cameras? Well, once again, as I was mentioning earlier, I think the only ones that have access to the camera feeds are the chess platforms, so probably chess.com, Lichess, and maybe a couple others. I'm not sure if the cameras are available to general public. Somebody mentioned in the chat that they are available. It's just that you have to pay some money to have access to them. Will ratings be refunded if you were playing a game? Something is telling me that the games will just be cancelled and nobody will lose anything. What will happen to the unfinished matches? Yeah, you guys are okay. I'm sure you're not gonna lose any rating. I'm pretty sure, you know, it will be all done in a fair manner. It's not your fault that the servers went down, right? So don't worry about it. Just input all games from the camera feed. I mean, what do you guys see? Oh, you guys see the cameras, right? Well, we can kind of see what's happening. I wouldn't say... Let's go here, actually. Once again, there's a slight delay between me changing a scene and camera feeds actually appearing, right? So I wanted to see the board 1. Or the first match, that is. And you can kind of see the positions. So Ray seems to be having... Okay, so that's better. Okay, that's Ray's game. He has pawns h6, g7, f7, e6, and queen somewhere on the queen side. He is castled. Wait, so nothing changed yet. Okay, let's go USA. Yes, I agree. Rooting for Ray, rooting for Team USA. I'm actually quite a few teams I'm rooting for. I would actually, you know, teams. I would say that I'm more so rooting for individual players than teams. I know it doesn't make much sense because it's a team event, but you know, I don't have a preferred team. I have a couple of players I wish well, and I wish them to succeed. Muscular Jim Ray. Don't call me a... What? What is that? What is that sentence? Somehow you're happy to see South Korea in there? Carlsen will go -2. Yo, that's a serious accusation there, Mick. Are you sure about that? Your prediction has been recorded. Expect CIA by your door tomorrow morning. It gives me time for some tea, I guess. Okay, so still nothing. We are being patient as we can be. I mean, at least cameras are working, right? Let's see, who else can we look at? Let's see, camera feed for match number 2. Oh, this is, yeah, right. This is Hungarian 18. They are playing on board number 2, even though rating-wise, they are a bit lower than that. But I feel like I think somebody told me that this is done because they are the country host, country host, and so they get, you know, a better spot for the videos, which makes sense. Love to see Benjamin, love to see Jorge, you know, good friends of mine. It sucks that they have to their teams have to play against each other, but oh well, what to do. From what you recall, Carlsen always loses in the Olympiads. Are the anime posters all on the wall the loyal viewers don't see? No, that's the only one. That's literally the only one I have. I'm not that big of an anime fan to have multiple. I just like this one character, and I'm okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, nothing so far. Loses, aka slightly underperforms. Yeah, honestly, didn't Magnus just win the speed championship or whatever it was called? I think it was in France, if I'm not mistaken. Now, if he can do well in speed chess, chances are he'll also do well in classical. Okay, let us find. I wanted to find India, and I think I found it. Whoa, what happened to the camera? That never happened before. He kind of laid down the hammer. Oh yeah, some people may take this with a grain of salt. Okay, so we see Lukash, we see Vidit. Vidit is a very nice person. I had a pleasure of playing a game against him during one of the St. Louis Invitational round robin events. I believe this was a fall classic back in 2022, end of 2022, or either end of 22 or beginning of 2023. But then it wouldn't be called fall classic; it would be called summer classic. Once again, my memory is deceiving me these days. But yeah, I had a pretty nice game against Vidit. Lost the game in a crushing fashion, but did have my chances. I see that at least what I'm happy about is that my poor little work laptop is able to handle the load of this stream. So I see 0 dropped frames, constant 60 FPS. So the stream looks good, or should look good on your guys' end. And yeah, this was probably one of my biggest concerns. I'm also on a Wi-Fi connection, so there was a chance that my internet would just give up on me because of the load, but didn't happen. Actually, knock on wood, we still have like many hours to go, so shouldn't jinx myself here. See the pinned messages. Okay, so let's go ahead and the pinned messages. Pinned as in our Discord, or thanks for your patience is also my go-to phrase. Honestly, like, one of my other big concerns was that I'm going to be slow in terms of, the technical side of this stream. So I was kind of hoping that you guys will be patient with me also, because it's a very new activity for me, and I wasn't sure how I'm gonna perform. But I think it's going quite well. Maybe I could do a better job looking at certain games and not spending as much time on a singular game, on singular games as I am doing right now. You're in the middle of a rapid game. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm afraid this game will probably be cancelled, and you will at least not lose any rating. Wait, do you guys hear the fan? Wait a minute, really? Is there a fan noise? Okay, so we have now we have a maintenance message. Okay, well, that's something. Let's see. Do we have a scene? Do we have a scene that has... Okay, you know what? I've been talking this whole time, so I changed the scenes, and then I realized that there's no, like, my mic doesn't work on that scene. And I've been telling you guys that in those positions you see on the boards, they seem correct, but they're not, because most players have quote unquote lost on time in those games. So yeah, there's been a background noise like a fan since the beginning. Why did nobody tell me? It's so easy to fix that. Let me just add a filter, right? Oh my god. Well, at least it's just gotta be noise suppression, I guess. Let's see. Is this better? Oh my god, that's so... I'm so sorry. It's my new cooling pad. It's actually not even that. It's running at 1,000 spins a minute. It's not even that much. I can make it 3,000 spins a minute. It's gonna be like a freaking spaceship. You didn't hear the fan because you were too focused on backseating. Okay. It wasn't bad enough for you to mention. I see. Okay. Once again, my apologies. I did see that there was some kind of noise, white noise on the microphone end. It's just that the reason why I didn't do anything about it is that is because whenever I stream on St. Louis Chess Club's Twitch channel, they also have these like microphone tweaks going on. The microphone bar, it has like a little bit of a tweak on the greener side of it. So I thought that it's going to be okay, that it actually doesn't affect the sound quality, so I didn't do anything about it. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. It should be all fixed now. Streaming is not as easy as many people think. Yeah, it's mostly on a technical side, you know, like obviously if you have to stream for multiple hours in a row, then my only issue is that at some point I just start losing voice if I talk too much. So that's probably the only tricky thing about streaming. But then the technical side is can get so tricky. And I personally, like, now using the Lichess streaming setup, I realized that I didn't know anything about how tough it is. Now having to do some things myself, even though it's more like 95% of the entire setup was done for me by the Lichess people. Thank you very much, by the way. It's working like a charm. But even those like little bits that I have to do myself, it just makes me realize how difficult it is. Wouldn't be able to do any of this by myself, by the way. If I had to do this from scratch, no chance. Where is it? Donalink gaming PC? I'm gonna get myself a gaming PC. That was the whole point. That was the plan, but then I made a mistake. And the gaming PC didn't happen, but it will happen probably a bit later this year. I'm working on it, quite literally. Honestly, guys, yeah, just but you better donate to Lichess, you know, so that they can get more people to fix things like these when they happen. It's great. I didn't know Lichess was based in France, which is a little bit stupid because I whenever I would go to my account settings to like check things, it kind of shows you you're paying, and then it shows you the server you're connected to, and it would always show the French server. And I was like, I would always be wondering why are the servers in France? And I'm sorry, I'm dumb, because it's a France-based chess platform. So you can buy new servers. Yeah, exactly. See, new servers. Yeah. More nice little rectangular boxes for Lichess. Come on, guys. Let's make it happen. Now we should have some classical background music. I can give you guys music. It's just that I feel like this is a bit more interactive. Like I would if I were you, I would kind of hate sitting there just listening to the music with nothing happening. But yeah, let's see what other cameras we can access. Actually, it's pretty much any camera that I have access to. The first 16 matches of the Open, and then the first 6 matches of the women's section. This is match number 16. Let's see if I can recognize some of these players. I'm afraid that I can't. Okay, so maybe I can. What I can do though is maybe I can move this thing up a little bit. So oh yeah, no, I can't. It's a well, at least like this you can somewhat see the player's head on the first board. Okay, there you go. Okay. Honestly, I don't really recognize anyone here. Maybe you guys can help me out. Who are these people? You were considering a new PC, but now you're thinking you should be buying patron wings for Sasha Dav? Yeah, for sure. You would have expected it to be called Less Chess if it was in France. Oh, Injich in top right. Yes, I was looking at him and I was like, yeah, I've seen him somewhere, but I don't remember his name. Yeah, you're right. Okay, how about women's matches? Let's see. Okay, these are India versus Czech Republic. Okay. Yeah, so I only kind of, no, I wouldn't say I know him, but I only kind of know Injich. And oh, Robert Marcus. Yeah, Marcus. I think I played him before, but it was a long time ago. Oh man, since I've basically I haven't left the US for the past 10 years. Well, I have, but um not for chess, not to play chess necessarily. Only played, yeah, in the US events, and kind of missing out on playing in Europe. Maybe one day. Lichess is short for libre chess. It's French and it means free chess. Very nice. I mean, huge respect to Lichess people. Creating something so amazing. Completely people can use it completely free. Enjoy chess. It's a wonderful game. Teaches you some real life skills as well. One really nice skill that chess helped me obtain is tool recognition. Like in chess, you have tools, right? Your knowledge base. You have tools that you can use to help you achieve the goal. And recognizing the tools and being able to use them are two skills that I feel like really help me get better. With identifying real life tools and stuff like that. Whatever you do, right? I feel like the first step should be to understand what is it that's at your disposal. What is it that you can use, right? Because you're a problem solver, right? Chess is a problem solving game. You're a problem solver. You have tools at your disposal. Knowing the tools is a skill. Using the tools is also a skill, right? So those two are very important. Just like in life, you want to be successful, it feels like those are essential, right? You need to know what to use to solve problems, and you need to know how to use your tools to solve problems. You just let AI solve all your problems. Yeah, eventually you keep doing it, and eventually AI will take your job, your family, and everything you love and cherish. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure if I would want to do that. Chess teaches you how to smash your head in 5 different ways. Okay, that's a lot of head smashing there. All right, still nothing. Cool. Well, we can at least enjoy some quality camera view. even though we can't necessarily see the games right now. Let's take a look at match number 6 of the open section. Coming right up. There it is. Very nice. This is Netherlands against... Is that Romania? Or what is that? Netherlands against... I should probably just look it up on Lichess. Oh, sorry, not on Lichess, on chess results. Against Belgium, right? Yeah. So I should. Why do I not have chess results pulled up? So unprofessional. Okay, chess results. I still don't have it. Why? Okay, found it. Okay, now I have all the pairings. So yeah, so remember yesterday I told you guys that obviously the team scores is what they use to pair up the teams, but individual results may also matter a lot. And what I'm looking at here in the team pairings for the round 2 is that the teams that scored 4 out of 4 are almost exclusively playing the teams that scored either 4 out of 4 or 3.5 out of 4. Also, it's probably just a coincidence, honestly, because if there's a match between Faroe Islands and Turkey scored 4 out of 4 in round 1, and Faroe Islands scored 3 out of 4, so it probably doesn't matter. But it's actually the only team. Once again, I'm not saying it as a laughing matter or anything, but the only team that won their first match was 2.5 out of 4 is Vanuatu team. I'm not very adept in geography. I don't even know where Vanuatu is. I can even go ahead and look it up right now. Country in Oceania. South Pacific Ocean nation made up of roughly 80 islands that stretch 1,300 kilometers. Oh wow, it's beautiful. The beaches, wow, it's wonderful. Is Lichess down? Yeah, for all the people on YouTube, yes, unfortunately Lichess is down right now, and we're patiently waiting for the servers to be fixed up. And I keep refreshing the page as soon as it's back, we're gonna jump right back into the action. Okay, so hardware failure, that doesn't sound good. I feel like hardware is actually a bit trickier to fix than software. So I hope you guys succeed. Crossing my fingers for you. Viewers who stick around get plus 100 points, you've heard? Oh, let's hope it's true. Okay. Let's go to match number 12, which is a match between Finland and Azerbaijan. Okay. Trying to see the positions on the boards. Board number 4 looks quite interesting. We see queen on h5. Clearly, white is trying to attack. Looks like white is trying to perform a checkmating attack against the black king. But it's just, so far it looks like it's just the white queen that's attacking, and really nothing else. A bunch of pawns near it. There's a severely disabled 59-year-old woman and a 12-year-old girl in a Pakistan team. Nice. Please take a look at Discord quickly. Okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. So I need to do this. And I put it here. I think we're back. Let's see if it looks okay. It it looks a little bit scuffed, but it works. Yeah, my apologies for the overlay, but yeah, but we are back, it seems. So thank you guys for your patience. Right? Yeah. Once again, for now, the overlay is going to be a little bit screwed up, and I do apologize for that. But you know, once again, the Lichess people are working on fixing things up. At least right now we have live games that we can look at. So let's once again be a little bit more patient and wait for the overlay to get fixed, and we'll be good to go. At least the main operations resume. Absolutely, absolutely, Dominic. My pleasure. Okay. You guys should be able to see everything, right? Okay, so let's see what happens if... So I see what happens. So now what ends up happening is that we don't actually get to... Okay. So now I will have to manually change the scenes as well, because they are not connected to the board change. Okay, no problem. Still looking at... Okay, wait. I'm now looking at into this position a little bit more carefully, and I'm realizing that there's stuff happening, like some crazy stuff happening. Let's see. There you go. Looks like Fabi's opponent is in trouble. How does that happen? Okay, so when was the last time we saw this game? I think the last time we saw this was yeah, during this moment or so, where in Italian game Fabi went for advancement on the queen side. And then, as I predicted, see, so after the light squared bishops got traded, black did capture back with a rook, not with a pawn, kind of trying to preserve the balanced pawn structure. And then Fabi played bishop b2, which is a move that I almost never see white make. I guess in this case, it does make sense because the bishop is getting ready for the d4, right? So if d4 breaks through, works out for white, then the bishop is going to be positioned exactly where it needs to be on along the avenue. So we see black playing d5, making an attempt for a breakthrough in the center. And once again, white doesn't have to react. So b5 happened, and then white did take. I guess it's because the e5 is now in trouble. Obviously, taking with a knight would lead to e5 just falling. So black took with a queen. c4 happened. This feels like a pawn trade. White took with a knight, and then queen f3. So now this had a potential of going into the endgame, but Fabi, I think, deliberately didn't, which is a smart thing, right? So knight b3 happened, c6. I am going to go ahead and turn off the best move arrows, and that's it. That's about it. Yeah. So knight b3. Once again, black should have actually should have actually accepted the trade offer, and then there is this move rook d3, which is tricky, right? It could have become really unpleasant, as there is this very nice intermediate move bishop d4. If knight to d4, is there e5? Yeah, there is e5. Kind of using the fact that knight e5 would be a mistake, but not because black takes on d4 immediately. Once again, here we have a case of another intermediate move, and that is rook to d2, because now black will not take on d4 with the rook, but black will take with a bishop, and after this trade, black ends up being up a piece. So this is why white actually has to play bishop to d4 and go into this type of position, which is, you know, it's okay. It's white has some slight pressure. The e6 is weaker. White has a bishop in an open position versus a knight. So, you know, some practical chances to win, but obviously black, you know, I think black should be able to survive this in the long run. Taking a look at this game. Oh, wait a second. Wait just a minute. We didn't even get to the point where the game is currently paused, as in one of the players is thinking. We didn't get to the live portion of the game. So what did black do wrong? So black didn't trade the queens, even though they had to, and the endgame would have been fine. But then black kind of misjudged this pawn trade, it seems. Yeah, so here we have a position, and black can't take, right? So if black takes, the e7 knight is hanging, and this is why it just makes this whole trade massively in white's favor, right? White is just up a rook, and if black tries to go for some kind of counterplay, I don't think it works very well. Let's see here. There is this queen g6 line. And black now takes. White is. I thought that white has this, but apparently it doesn't work. I thought that white has this this trick trying to checkmate, but because black queen is also there on the same diagonal, this tactic doesn't work. So instead of going rook f1, white can just go ahead and take on e6, either with a rook or with a knight. Actually, with a knight would be better because the g7 has been hit. This is actually just a disaster. Black needs to take on g2 and just be down million pieces. Not great. Okay, so looks like Fabi is in a good hands, as in Fabi's position is in good hands. And I guess let's go ahead and take a look at Dominguez's game. This feels like Real Lopez / Petrov kind of thing, and yeah, it is just Real Lopez standard. Although here white did take on c6, which I would say you don't see white do very often. And apparently there's knight takes g4. Is this something that people played anytime soon? Anytime in the past? Anytime soon? Yes. Anytime soon? Yes. This literally is happening live. But knight takes g4 is quite curious. Takes, king g2, and then there's f5, and black. The engine loves this for black. The engine says that black is, well, not close to winning, but in like it's really strong somehow, and yet with nothing tangible. Like, if anything, white king will be able to run away and hide somewhere on e2. So really interesting position, and the reason for why the engine's reason for why the white is better here is because these pawns will just keep running, and there is nothing white can do to stop them. Because I guess mostly because white's pieces are still, you know, at bay. Bishop and c1, rook and a1, you know, are really not happy, needing to get out somewhere, but it's hard to do so because once again, if white tries with d3, which is engine's current recommendation, g5, king e2, g4 happens. Even if bishop gets out to d2, Once again, it's unclear where to put the rook. You can't really put it on d1 because there is going to be f3 and the king gets trapped. Anywhere else you put the rook, it's completely pointless, right? The rook needs to be on an open file. So a very interesting line, actually. I didn't know that black can play this way. I guess neither did Dominguez, unfortunately, because he just played bishop g6. They traded pawns, traded a lot of pieces. Everything got traded, almost everything. Yeah, and yeah, and a nice little drawski will be achieved here anytime now because you know both players are just having a very solid position. No one has done anything, so this does look like a draw to me. How come I'm not playing? Well, first of all, I wasn't invited, and second of all, had other things that I have already committed myself to, like a long time ago. So it would be very inconsiderate of me to cancel my plans and go play Olympiad. And once again, I've been kind of slowly moving away from professional chess, however sad it may sound. But yeah, I haven't really been playing very well over the past 2 years, and it just feels like, you know, if I continue in the same manner, then there is no reason for me to keep playing. I know it's sad. It's like it sounds depressing and stuff, but it's not all that bad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to do you know, the Olympiad commentary. You know, it's fun. It's fun. It's a lot more laid back. I'm not saying that because I'm afraid of competing. No, I'm still, you know, my competition spirit is still very strong, but you know, it's a nice experience. You know, I've once again I've never done something like this before, and it's a new life experience that, you know, further hones my skills. Okay, so we have a request to check the Johann Sebastian Christensen game, please. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Okay, so before we do that, let me attempt and fix the overlay for you guys, because I think I can at this point. It's just gonna take me a little bit. So I'm just gonna quickly do this. I'm following directions from Lichess people on Discord, so that's why you guys can't see what I'm doing right now, but I promise you I'm doing something useful. Not quite sure what I'm looking at. Okay. So upper left corner, Dominic, doesn't have install. It has reinstall. I'm gonna click it because I assume that's what I need to do. So I'm gonna. It's saying that it's already installed, and it's asking me if I wanna rewrite it. Should I say yes? I think I should say yes, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. Okay. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try it. We're gonna reload this. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. I'm sure it fixed everything. Let's see. It did. Hip hip hooray! We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Dominic. Many thanks. Much appreciate. Okay. So something else I wanted to do. Oh yeah, just go and check the Sebastian's game. Let's see. Just don't click update Windows. Yeah, I won't. I actually, you know what? That's something that Dominic pointed out to me way beforehand that I should probably be, or no, it was Eric, I think. Eric pointed this out that I should probably check for Windows updates and update everything before I begin streaming. And actually, there were a couple of critical updates that I needed to install. I've done that, you know, I'm good to go. What's the complete commentary roster looking like? So it's gonna be me for today and tomorrow. Then, as far as I know, it's gonna be Eric on Saturday, and then on Sunday it's gonna be Gauri Shankar, Master Gauri Shankar. And then starting from Monday of next week, I'm gonna take over all the way up until that next weekend, where once again it's gonna be probably Eric and Gauri. Once again, sorry for taking it slow. So once again, who am I looking at? Whose game am I gonna look at? I lost the place in the chat where okay, yeah, so I'm Cat, Johann Sebastian Christensen. So that should be Iceland Christensen. I'm not sure. No, it's not. It's not Iceland, right? This Stephenson. No. Okay, so I guess. Okay, found it. There we go. Norway, right? It's just that I have a bias, the last name bias, where if the name ends with Sen, I automatically, it's just kind of, my brain kind of fits, you know, fits in the puzzle as if the person is from Iceland. It's just most of Icelandic last names end with Sen, so that's why I have this prejudice. Okay, anyway, so French, right? Tarash. Queen d5. So this is, so I still play French from time to time, and this is the line that I play as black. Whoa, g3. Okay, so here I would exclusively play against bishop c4, where I think the most accurate move for black would be to go back to d7, and there's this line, something like this, which can get crazy at times. a6, a4, bishop d6, rook d1. So the idea is that if white manages to recapture the pawn on d4, and then maybe even transfers the rook over to the king side, black king will be feeling quite vulnerable, right? So there is this line that sees white, so sorry, that sees black play e5, and the difference here is that if white doesn't take on d6 right now, black will just quickly play e4, and white's pieces will be like very badly misplaced, because the pawn is going to be just very much of a nuisance, attacking the knight and forcing it to go to places the knight doesn't want to go to. So this is why you see white almost always exclusively, you know, sacrificing an exchange and then going b3, and the positions that happen out of this line are very dynamic, because what ends up happening is that white is down in exchange. Black can't really castle right now, because this leads to them just being down a pawn, right? So this bishop a3 skewer ends up winning white their missing exchange, and the e5 is hanging in the end. So white ends up just having an extra pawn here for basically no compensation. And the way black plays these positions is by trying to survive without castling. It's tricky. It's unpleasant. But you know, with correct and precise play, black should be fine. So this is the line that I'm very much used to be playing against as black. But here, white made, I guess it's more, it's not really a novelty, because I see a couple of games have been already played here in this line. Actually, quite a few games from stronger players. I see Alexander Grishuk played against it as black and managed to win against Raunak Sadwani. Actually, I played Raunak also in the same tournament as when I played with it. Very strong. So yes, I think Raunak is this line's opening specialist, because he has quite a few games here. Let's see what happens. So g3 knight c6, bishop g2. So white just develops. Black doesn't allow the castling anymore. So white goes a4, kicks the queen a little bit, just a tiny bit, just a little pat on the back. Queen moves back to a6, still maintaining the pressure against the f1, not letting white castle. So bishop f1, wow. So now the bishop goes back and forth. I don't think draw is the result that... Whoa. Okay then. Well, I mean, I guess. Well, that's an unusual way to make a draw quickly in the opening. Like, I know that you can make a draw as white like, in many different ways, but I guess here the player with white pieces, if I scroll down and... wait. If I go here, scroll down and see the rating difference, we see the white rating, it was 2509, and black's rating is 2661, which makes sense now. So white holding this game for a draw means that they, player with white pieces holds off against a much stronger opponent. But you see, maybe this was all a bait, because black refuses a quote-unquote draw offer, a threefold repetition, and instead goes for picking up way too many pawns, right? White is already done with development, and black's king side has not even started getting out. So black castle is long, and the black's position looks very suspicious to me. Everything is exposed, right? All the files on the queen side are exposed, meaning that if white can somehow magically just transfer their f1 rook to c1, the game ends, I think. There's just no way black can defend against all that on the queen side. So yeah, it's a very interesting... If this is not a psychological game, then I don't know what is. Like, white basically forced black into refusing a draw offer and into taking a risk that may end up losing black the game. Is the US going to draw Singapore? Currently undergoing technical issues with the server provider. Okay, sounds good. It's working. It's working on my end, even though it probably doesn't work for any of you guys. Once again, my apologies about that. Lichess people are trying their very best to fix everything as quickly as they can. Sometimes it's just not up to you when it comes to technical issues. There's people up there on a use chain that your services rely on, and that seems to be the case here, as Rio is pointing out. How are the Indians doing? We can actually go ahead and look. Let's see. So India, Gukesh. So wait. So it's also not changing. You guys have been looking at. You guys have been looking at the wrong camera feed. Yes. Once again, sorry about that. I think the cameras are also not connected, because I'm using something else. So yeah, I'll have to be manually changing the camera feeds. Once again, my apologies. And yeah, let's see. So this feels like some kind of Catalan. Take a look at this game. So oh yeah, right. This was weird Catalan where Gukesh included h6. Remember now. So it looks like it kind of transposed into a normal Catalan position. Yeah, bishop f4 happened. a5, and actually white did end up sacrificing a pawn for just tiny bit, and then immediately won it back, but it costed white a bishop pair, and now white has double pawns. Usually this is okay, because the f4 pawn is going to be very helpful in white's attempts to control the e5. So that should kind of work out in white's favor. And black, while having a really solid position, can't really move all that much, because like the pieces on the queen side are stuck. It's close to impossible to develop the light squared bishop, because once again the only way to do so would be to move the b pawn. As soon as the b pawn moves away, the c6 becomes just dead. I guess it just dies as soon as the b7 pawn moves. And this is why you will see black, I guess, kind of trying to maybe move the bishop somewhere to e8, just to have it somewhere else, not on c8 at least. Yeah, so that's, well, you look at that. I promise you I haven't looked at the notation, so it just feels right. Also, maybe black is gonna try to do something like this. Also, once again, it's a bit risky because once again, black has already played h6, and this is why I'm not sure if playing h6 early on is a good idea or not, because right now, if you try for knight d5 f6, the g6 becomes weak, right? If the pawn was still on h7, I would say, yeah, sure, this plan looks nice, just to get the light squared bishop out, but this time, yeah, not so sure. So both sides developed. Black's position is still very, very solid, right? Black pieces can't move all that much, but black doesn't have any immediate issues besides maybe an open g file. But once again, you know, if white even if white constructs some kind of doubling, even if white doubles the rooks on the g file, then black will just play rook g8 and defend it. So it's hard to see what white is going to do here, and that's actually kind of a thing with Catherine, that these positions happen all the time, and while they look nice for white, but in reality it's very, very difficult to break through black's defenses. Okay, so we see about a whole bunch of maneuverings. The knights are getting maneuvered all around the place. Now you see, because the position is semi-closed, we have a semi-closed pawn structure with black once again unable to perform any active plans. White has time, and the fact that white just played rook d1 and now white is playing rook c1, it may seem wasteful, but once again, this position is super solid. Nothing dynamic is going on, and so white can actually take his time and, you know, maneuver around and find better places for the pieces, even if it means moving multiple pieces at the same time. Also, moving the same piece multiple times is something I so much advocate against. But this is already a middle game, right? This is no longer an opening phase. So here it's just part of the process, because 95 a3 happened, and this is where we see the game stand right now. f6, yeah, making moves like f6 once again can be rewarding if you can then somehow make f6 into useful for something else, because I feel like the f6 is there to just to make sure that the bishop is slightly, you know, slightly breathing as opposed to now, and that the g7 is you know, taken care of by the c7 rook. Also, you can use the pawn on f6 to somehow not somehow but sometime into the future bridge with e5. So all in all, a very multi-purpose move f6 would be, if Lukash does decide to play it. But obviously it's a kind of move that it's hard to play it because you can't take it back, right? You can never take back the pawn moves. As soon as pawns move up, they can never go backwards, and whichever squares the pawn is defending, chances are you're going to be losing control over that square, because, you know, your pawn is just gone. So that's I'm kind of trying to imply that g6 is gonna be the square that black loses control over, and also the e6 becomes a bit weaker. Right? So now if white does decide to play knight c5, and I'm assuming it's going to happen because everything white has done so far kind of indicates that white has been trying to make knight c5 work, and here it makes even more sense as the e6 is now a bit more vulnerable than it used to be. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we are going to be checking reports game next. Cool. Lukash and Ding doing their best to keep hype for World Championship match as low as possible. I mean, never play f6, Hans Feingold. The ultimate player, Hans Feingold. Okay. So, reports game, so Hungary against Jorge. Okay, so what happened? So yeah, okay, so report went for the rather rare queen e3. Usually you see white playing bishop b5 and then trading the bishop for the knight, and then just developing, you know, kind of keeping the queen on d4. Here the queen moves back, and I guess it's to make sure that white is getting to castle long quickly, Although, no, it doesn't happen. Yeah, see, he castles short. Yeah, this just feels... Once again, this just feels unnecessary what white is doing here. Like, it just feels not entirely wrong to have the queen in e3, but that's usually where the bishop goes, right? So positioning white pieces from this point on will prove like tricky, but I guess report manages to... Yeah, you see, that's a lot of queen moves. That's something that a person like myself would probably never understand. But why do this if you can just be a bit more efficient with your development? You don't have, you don't have to spend this many moves moving the queen around. And so yeah, as we see from the engine eval, black is doing quite well here, trading a bunch. It's anyone's game so far. E5 did happen. Once again, we don't usually see the rook on a3. Something very unusual to see in Sicilians, but I guess in this case it's justified because it's taking care of the knight. The knight was a little bit annoyed by the bishop, but not anymore because there's a pawn in the way now. Looks like, yeah, looks like Richard found something to play for, and that's the the e7 pawn now actually also utilizing the rook, which is coming in hot onto c3 anytime now. So pretty cool there. So queen c2, e6, okay. Bishop pair down a pawn, bishop pair. Probably she's going to be winning the missing pawn back almost right away. Actually, not really, right? If e takes f7, just, I guess, just knight takes f7. Knight is well guarded. b2 is hanging, and yet white still has a very strong compensation because, once again, this is an open position. Bishops perform really well in positions like these. Attacking the b7, the a6 will probably follow suit if white ever picks up the b7. Very cool. But yeah, correctly so, Richard plays rook d2, and I guess he's not afraid of the queen trade. I think he's just gonna... The engine says white shouldn't be trading on c1. What if we take on f7 first, and then knight takes f7, and now we just lose because there's bishop takes f7, king takes f7, and rook f2, checking and performing a discovery at the same time. And if black takes with the rook, there's rook d8, checking with the discovery at the same time. So this is tricky, I guess. Rook d2 was kind of was played to force black to make kind of an uncomfortable decision, having to play queen c1, but now black can't take the pawn back, so the pawn is going to remain on f7 for a while longer, even though, once again, taking, going away. Oh, but there is knight c4. Oh, this is a what does it call this? A royal fork? Triple fork? If white takes here, it's just it almost seems like some kind of draw because f7 will fall. If white tries to defend it, there's always bishop f6, or even bishop e5 in this case. But bishop f6 will do just fine, right? And then blockading the f file, picking up the f7, and we just have, a pawn balance at that time. So quite interesting. If played properly, this should be still survivable, because I'm assuming that after queen c1, Richard wasn't really looking to repeat the moves with rook d1. Chance, especially because right now Richard's opponent has 15 minutes on his clock to make another 17 moves. So that's a big time trouble, right? If you kill a move or two, right? This is what it means. If you repeat the position twice, you are allowing your opponent to get to move 40 quicker, right? Because you don't have to think. I'm sure Jorge is more than fine making a draw against Richard, right? So, wait, what do we have here? Here, right? So repeating moves is not in Richard's favor because he's trying to keep Jorge on his toes. The more time Jorge has to spend thinking about his options, the higher the chance he will make a critical blunder in the time pressure. So getting to move 40 for Jorge means salvation, right? Move 40 equals extra half an hour on the clock. equals better play, right? Any ETA of Lichess has been fixed, and unfortunately, on my end, I don't have any influence on when that happens, and you know, they keep giving us updates in the chat, so look out for those, and that's pretty much all we have right now. Once again, I'm sure they're trying their very best to make it happen as soon as possible. But once again, as I pointed out, sometimes it's just not up to you. You know, Lichess is working with a lot of people, a lot of internet providers, you know, server handlers and stuff like that, and you know, somewhere in the chain use up there, some of these other entities may have issues that Lichess cannot really fix on their end, and if that's the case, then you know, they're trying their best. Let's just give them that. Soon is a good word. You know, that's the only one we got. Honestly, I think on that note, if you guys excuse me, I would like to take a short break. We've been going pretty strong for the past 3 hours. I'll be taking a break, and we'll probably keep going for another 2. I'm afraid I'll have to be done by around 1 p.m. Central Time, because then I have to catch my next stream. But yeah, for the time being, I'm going to keep you guys waiting. Probably, which scene should I use? Okay, my apologies. Break took a little bit longer than I expected, but here I am, back with you guys commentating the 2024 Chess Olympiad. You know, we've been having a little bit of a technical difficulties here and there, but nothing will stop us. We're all the way up. It looks like we also got access to the women's section because I couldn't really look at games from women's section, but now I will be able to. I don't usually break rules like that, but I think for this occasion I will just go ahead and do it like this. It works, right? Let me take a look. It works, and once again the cameras don't change, but I can do it manually. There we go. All right. So match between India and Czech Republic. Harika Dronovalli. I've played Harika at least twice, I believe. She is I would even call her a chess veteran. She still plays quite actively, and she's one of the players whom I remember was very successful back in my days. So let's take a look at how her game went real quick. Okay, so we have this is an English/ready setup, I guess. It's called Neo Catalan. Neo. I like Neo. And you guys like Matrix? That's probably hands down one of my favorite movie series. Chilado. One day a programmer walked in the data center and accidentally switched off a hard disk rack. Okay. And worked in IT for 25 years. That's the dedication right there. You refuse to acknowledge that it's a movie series? Why? I mean, there's just so many of them now. It's gonna be probably more coming, like any time now, right? What, 4 or 5? How many of them is there right now? 4, right? And they've been saying that they're gonna make more, and I'm all for it. And unfortunately, I didn't really like the most recent Matrix movie. It just, you know, wasn't as much action as you know, in other ones. But oh well, what to do? They went full story mode in that one. Can't spoil. Sorry, can't be spoiling. Who am I to do that? Anyway, I should probably turn on the eval bar for you guys. So we have some weird reverse Benoni, I would even say, right? White having already played b4, because in Benoni, from Black's perspective, it's something they try to do, and it usually it doesn't work out, at least not as quickly as it did here for White. So if I was playing this as White, I would be kind of happy knowing that in Benoni, if you manage to play, yeah, because you get these pawns running in hot. And apparently a5 was a little bit of an unnecessary choice by White, because once again, unnecessary choice by Black, because once again the queen side is where White is trying to do their thing, and oftentimes it's just better to kind of just kind of excuse yourself from the side of the board where your opponent is having their main, you know, active operations, because technically if you are weaker on a certain side of the board, you're not supposed to, you know, try and do stuff on it because your pieces are unprepared for that kind of activity. That's why a5 is not my wouldn't be my move of choice. But I guess Julia Movsesian had some idea here. I guess she just wanted to force b5, maybe thinking that c5 becomes impossible to defend, but that's not the case. It's just simple rook c1, does the trick. Right now, if queen takes c5, there is once again a discovery. Knight captures d4 with a double attack is basically just lethal, right? We're winning a piece, or in this case, a queen for a bunch of pieces. I don't think playing down a queen is anyone's jam. Definitely not mine. So yeah, white's pawn formation is quite a nuisance for black. Like, these pawns are very, very annoying. Sometime white will be playing c6 and will be making a passer. This is why you see white having an advantage here. Now the question is, how much of an advantage is that? Right now, h3 is suggested, been the best move because there is some weird tactic involving the queen trade. I guess just kind of trading queens is there to kill off black's counterplay on the king side. With no queens, there's obviously no conversation about any potential checkmates on the king side for black, so this would be very strong given Harika finds it. And I think chances are, h3 is a tough move, but chances are, because Harika just played knight c4, she will either play h3 or she will play knight c to d2, trying to ensure the knight's safety. I would say that those are my predictions, right? It's either going to be knight cd2 or h3. I don't really see anything else Harika can do here. You can tolerate any matrix. Is it like a animated matrix cartoons or something? Who is first? Who is first where? So I'm currently showing you board 1 of the round 2 of the women's section of the Chess Olympiad 2024. Currently, I think India is in the lead, but once again, it's the lead at this point is irrelevant because it's only been one match, one round so far. The leaders will change many times over throughout the tournament, and I would say in the last 2 matches is where we're gonna see the most action, and those 2 are typically the most important in events like these, because if you lose one of the last couple of matches, chances are that you're probably not going to be making it to the top 3. So it's funny because I've had a couple of tournaments where I would, just like some of these top players who almost lost their round once in this team event, I would actually lose the first game of an individual tournament quite a few times. I think 3 times actually it happened. I would lose my round 1 playing somebody who was about 400 points lower rated than me, and then I would end up playing weaker opponents for the next 3, 4, 5 games even, and that allowed me to quickly collect points and rejoin the leaders by the end of the tournament. So while it sucks that you may not do well in game 1, chances are that the result of the very first game is not going to affect your overall score, because once again, if you're strong, you lose to someone weaker in round 1, you get an even weaker opponent round 2, then you get still your round 3 opponent is still going to be weak because they're only going to have 1 point out of 2, and then you will be able to catch up eventually, given that you don't make any more, if you don't have any more hiccups like in round 1. So let's see. Let's take a look at maybe Tanya Sachdev's game. Okay, so this doesn't look like it went anywhere. Okay, so yeah, so this is the final position we saw, where I thought that white is going to play f3 and white is going to try to create a battery on this long diagonal. But bishop g5, yeah, bishop g5 kind of forces the trade, right? Because white cannot retreat the bishop now. If white retreats after g5, white just loses the pawn, right? Just knight takes e4 or bishop takes e4, or sorry, or rook takes e4, both work, and black would be just up a pawn. So this wouldn't be a critical advantage because white has some contra chances here. After maybe trading, going rook e1 or something, white would get the e-file control, but why play down a pawn if you can just get a slightly better position? So this is why I don't agree with white's decision, because I wanted to keep the bishop on the board. I didn't want to trade it for the knight. And now, yeah, it's just way too easy for black to hold this. I don't have enough weaknesses for white to take advantage of, and looks like we're just gonna have a relatively quick draw here because winning endgames, winning rook endgames like these is incredibly difficult. It doesn't mean that it's impossible, but definitely, definitely quite a challenging task. YouTube is better than Twitch. Please consider streaming simultaneously on both. Always, yeah. I think that's exactly what happens with official Lichess broadcasts, right? But yeah, guys, please be patient. The Lichess people are working hard to fix everything. I'm sure it's gonna be done anytime now. So please stay patient. And in the meantime, I do have access to the games, so you can kind of follow what's happening in the Olympiad at least. I know probably other event broadcasts are currently unavailable, but at least we got Olympiad going, so that's good. Can we see Alice Lee's games? Sure, absolutely. Yeah, actually, good point. Very, very nice point. Alice is a very young and talented American chess player. I had a chance to play her a couple of times before, and she would surprise me every time. Okay, so this is board 31, which means that, okay, so for this board, I'm afraid we do not have the camera feed. So we're just gonna go ahead and use this scene. And let's take a look at what's happening. She seems to be crushing her opponent, with black having no defense whatsoever in the final position. But this was Benko. Refused Benko. Where Alice didn't take on b5. Very, very interesting indeed. So refusing the Benko sacrifice means that white can, put in this extra move into developing and potentially getting a better central control, which is exactly what happened. I would actually be expecting something like f4 and f3 here, just to get ready for the e5. But once again, playing at e2 also works quite nicely because it allows white to castle quickly. And interestingly, b3 works now. So if knight takes d5, we can just take, and the a8 rook is in trouble as well. So this, in the end of the day, this ends up losing black a piece. And if black takes on e4, after we take bishop a1, we have bishop d2. It was a double attack, and now we get two light pieces for the rook. Usually light pieces are stronger than the rook in the middle game, and also with black losing their dark squared bishop, the weakness of the king is going to be quite explicit. So this is why b3 actually works out for white. White manages to fianchetto their bishop to b2, and now I would be shocked to not see f4 anytime now. Okay, here comes f4, yeah. So f4, once again, white has a pretty good setup to make e5 work. I guess the d2 knight will probably go to f3 at some point. Not yet, not yet. Not yet. Did it never go to f3? Wait, what? Okay, so I guess the knight is staying on d2 so that white can recapture the on c4 with a knight. That's my only explanation. And actually now playing e5 is way harder because as soon as white plays e5, black will just take on e5, and then the d5 is gonna just fall. Black, almost every single piece in black's position, well, except for these three, almost every single piece in black's position is aiming toward d5. So yeah, it's unlikely that e5 will happen anytime soon now. It looks like black is gonna take the matters into her own hands and play e6, trying to expose white's position, especially white's king's position, I think. Since white has expanded so much in the king side, this move actually makes a lot of sense to me. Trying to trade the pawns away in the center to help black attack. Okay. Knight c4. Obviously, black does not want to be taking on c4 with knight now. B takes c4. and none of this works anymore for black because white maintains the pawn chain. Maintaining the pawn chain here means that the bishop is dead on b7. Bishop on b5 is different because it's taking away a very, very important square on e8. That's where the black rook wants to go. Can't, right? It's an open file. Black rook wants to be there, but can't because of the bishop. So this is why black will probably also never take on c4. White takes on b6 herself, plays g5, kicking the knight out. Whoa, this is unusual. So black kind of just goes all out here and decides that, oh, you know, piece can just go. I will get myself a whole bunch of pawns in the center. But, you know, the king side is still struggling. Like, knight g6 is a massive threat. I don't think there is a defense against knight g6. Black can probably postpone it with something like queen c7, but then just queen g5. And then rook g2. Yeah, it's all gonna fall apart. I'm afraid black either panicked. So this feels like a panicking attempt to make the position unclear. I guess black just didn't like her position so much that he felt the need to give up material. It happens sometimes, you know, oftentimes you are your worst enemy, and you yourself will make the most amount of mistakes. So just try to stay objective during your games and try to not overthink it. You know, sometimes what may seem to be good in reality is a sure way to lose the game. So yeah, looks like knight f4 happened, and here Alice's opponent is thinking long and hard, though it may be a bit too late, since once again, no defense really against the knight g6 threats. Okay, how about we take a look at the Chinese matches in women's section. Okay, so we just had a result actually. Let's go ahead and switch to match. I believe it's board 17, is it? Board 17, so that means it's going to be match 5. Okay, why is there no board? There should be a board here, right? There you go. Okay, so yeah, so the game on board, what is this? Board 1, board 4, why is that? Oh yeah, that is board 1, right? And that game ended with Grandmaster Yuxing Song from China beating International Master Yuxing Song beating Women's International Master Ingrid Rivera with black pieces. Let's take a look at how the game went. Okay, so we have Queen's Indian defense. Nothing unusual so far. I feel like this is all pretty standard. Yeah, if the knight gets to e5 this quickly, white may sometimes find herself in trouble because this bishop can also be trapped on g3. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so I guess black just takes it easy and doesn't really why did white have to give up the pawn? Knight h4. I guess maybe it's because white didn't like having the knight on the edge. Like knight h4 can't really move anywhere from there. I'm not sure if it's that big of a deal. So like maybe sometimes you can play f3 and then bring it back eventually. So it feels like once again this is probably also one of those decisions where you kind of overthink it, and you know, playing down a pawn isn't pleasant. Did white have any chance from this point on? It looks like white is just down a pawn, but it's funny how both kings just moved up without castling, and actually pretty safe there. But yeah, obviously the endgame will always be favorable for black as they are up a pawn. At this point, white is just hoping that black doesn't have enough activity to you know convert their extra pawn. It's not a good thing. Like you don't want to find yourself in this kind of position where the only thing you can hope for is a draw, and you're just kind of sitting there doing nothing and praying that your opponent will not find a win which is not the case because, as you can see, there is this very, very simple knight maneuver. Black gets to play knight g6 eventually. Not even. Black is just threatening knight g6, but if knight g6 happens, it's going to become possible for black to play h4, beginning to advance the extra pawn, since it was stuck for so long on h5. But it looks like there's no need for any of that, because just by threatening knight g6, black forced white to play in a manner that they would probably not play in otherwise. And eventually the game ended. Yeah, it was black breaching through white's defenses. At this point, yeah, it's just simple because even the rook can't move. This felt quite one-sided. You wish all your Banco games with white went like that? Yeah, well, maybe you just need to know the line, okay, very specific lines to kind of throw off your opponent. What Alice did was not a usual reaction to Banco, right? So very nice game, well prepared. Okay, so since on this camera we see that board 4. No, wait. No, this is not it. I didn't click the right camera. My apologies. Right, this is I think I think chances are that that the camera feeds are also screwed up. Let me quickly just go over the feeds that I have here. This is not right. And what about this one? This is not right. Okay, so I guess the boards that we see, that I see here, do not correspond to the boards. Actually, it's very easy to check. Why am I getting myself confused? I can just go to chess results and check it. Check the team pairings for round 2. And so the game we were looking at just now was Colombia versus China. So this was supposed to be match number 5. So that's correct. But my camera feed for match number 5 is this, which is not, it's not, it's Ukraine. This is Ukraine. Wait, what's Ukraine? What board is Ukraine on? Board 6. So this is supposed to be match 6. So that is match 4. The camera feeds for match 4, the Chinese games. No. Okay. All right. So yeah. So some things are broken. Things that are not meant to be broken, they're broken now. Once again, my apologies. I don't know why this is broken. It shouldn't be, but it is. So let's actually go ahead and take a look at some of the open games right now. Go here. Okay, so Fabio won. Good news. Very good news, in fact. Fabio won his game. Once again, catching up on what happened in this game. This was Italian game. Fabio went for a pretty common pawn advancement on the queen side, and then he played bishop b2, kind of getting ready to play d4 when the time is right. His opponent played d5, and after multiple trades, black would have been better off going into the endgame after this queen trade. Black refused. Big mistake. The move c takes b5 was a final straw in black's misunderstanding, I guess, because you see black is thinking that going for the queen trade on white's terms is not a good idea. Like black kept the queen on f5, allowing white to take. But I guess black wanted to get into the endgame with, with all kinds of good things, such as, getting the knight over to f5. But not meant to be, because, at this point, white's attack actually becomes a bit too strong. Oh, this actually did happen. Wait, this actually did happen? This is an actual game. Ladies and gentlemen, we had this position on our boards in our analysis. Remember? This exact position. And this is how the game ended. Very nice. Okay, so now let us go ahead and take a look at boards 2, 3, and 4. I guess this is just going to be a draw once again. As we remember, they got into this rook endgame, and it's extremely hard to make progress. Eventually, rooks got off the board. Pawn endgame should be easily drawn for both sides. It's not impossible to lose any position, as a matter of fact. So players should be still watching out, because there's some b5 breakthroughs. White is probably the one who needs to be more careful. Looking at, oh my god, Levon Aronian's game. What a crushing victory it seems. Let's see. What happened? So we have a Sicilian Paulson. And okay, so this is pretty common, right? So white just castles along quickly and decides to just rush the attack on the king's side. And would you look at that, g4, a sideline here. You see white usually playing f3, preparing g4, but not this time. Levon said, no, 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 I don't care about the pawn. What I do care about is the g-file. Here it is. Black immediately makes, actually the g5 is actually a good move somehow. But then Levon goes for the exchange sacrifice. Obviously, if white took on g5 with a bishop, there would be a royal fork once again. Knight f3 just attacks everything, and black would be winning material. And even here, somehow, surprisingly, white is not completely lost. That's the Sicilian for you. Takes queen g5. I guess white is just taking back an exchange, and yet it's still only slightly better for black. Would you look at that? Well, black can't castle anymore, so that helps. Okay, but Levon decides to sacrifice on his own terms, sacrifices an exchange. They actually kind of reach the same position. The only difference is that here, black's king hasn't moved yet, so black can still castle. Wow, queen g1. Okay, so it seems that this was the time when Levon had to think a little bit, because after move queen e7, he spent about 13 minutes for his next move. And yeah, it's surprising how bad this position can how bad this position can go really quickly. See, black didn't really do anything out of ordinary. They were just making logical looking moves, and all of a sudden they're just much worse because of this amazing resource. Knight e4 can't be taken on e4 because there's rook d8 check. If king goes up, queen g1 check. Now the rook is dead, and black king is to follow. There's no defending your king when it gets stuck on the edge like this. I mean, white can do it in 2 moves. White can even do it like this, using the bishop to hold off against the king h5 retreat. And obviously, yeah, if black still goes for this but sacrifices the queen, the bishop on c8, it's a dead piece, right? The bishop is not coming out, so this is why black's position is so bad, because technically speaking, they're playing down a bishop. The bishop it's there, but it can't be used, right? It's all, every time I tell my students about the extra material, I keep reminding them that if you get extra material, ask yourself whether you can use it right away. If you can't, chances are that you'll find yourself busy solving your other problems, and you can't really use your advantage. If you can't use your extra piece advantage, it doesn't matter that you have it, right? So that's that. Let's take a look at how the game actually went. So the knight got to d6, even though it would have been better off to get it to f6. Maybe he thought that he can't do this because there's some... No, wait, what? Oh, there's queen f4, here, here. Even this position is quite good for white, it seems. Maybe like bishop d3 and rook g1. Yeah, this looks tough for black to defend. But alas, Levon played knight d6, which is not as good, but still maintains a good portion of pressure. Now it just becomes a positional game. Yeah, white is down in exchange, but in return they have a monstrous knight on d6. And as we could see from the final position, Aronyan's opponent did not manage to... Oh, okay, so the game is over. Aronyan won. Very nice. Okay, so probably the reason for why Aronyan's opponent lost is because he didn't have time to find the defense. So here f5 seems to be the only move that saves black from the inevitable loss. Well, that's a perpetual for you. I guess this is nothing. Here king just runs out. And still, even with all that, it's probably still going to be a draw because white will keep checking. And we'll have a perpetual. But luckily for Levon, his opponent got himself trapped. And now the only way to survive is give up the queen. And that's, you know. You see, if black had some kind of counterplay, playing down material, then I think he probably would have kept playing, but not here. Here, white king is safe. White has a whole bunch of extra material, right? About 2 or 3 points. White has a pass pawn they can use to promote, so life is good. Okay. What's going on? Looks like... Is it back? I'm not sure if Lichess is back or not. Levon should pick up all outfits for the US team. How come? What's up with the outfits? Anyway, this game is almost definitely going to be a draw, unless Linear's opponent screws up. And Ray's game, I don't think we've ever looked at his game actually. Well, okay, so the sideline, it used to be quite popular back in my days. It looks like Ray knows what he's doing, but Ray doing Ray things, yeah, I remember. I prepared this line. I myself prepared this line from white side, and yeah, and Ray is correct. This is actually one of the ways to equalize. Not the only one, but one of the ways to equalize. Very, very important to not take on e4 here, because if black takes on e4 right now, what ends up happening is that you can't move your pieces that well. You want to play queen c6, you want to connect your rooks, but you can't really do that because you don't want to ruin the pawn structure. And now white would be much better because black cannot contest the d file because of this bishop. So it's important to force white's bishop to go back to d3 so that you can just simply go either queen c6 would also be okay, but bishop c5 I guess is just easier because you trade bishops, your rook gets to d8 eventually. Yeah, no, here it is, and it's just, you know, kind of a piece of cake from this point on. Well, as in piece of cake and making a draw, but you know, obviously it's hard to win, especially against a capable opponent who has some solid home prep going on. But you know, I would say Ray did a good job kind of holding off those black pieces. Yeah, his opponent is about 250 rating points lower rated than him. But once again, White didn't really make any mistakes during this game. You know, it was a very solid opening line by both players, and the game ended. If no mistakes occur, that's what happens in chess. However boring it may seem. Okay, so it looks like Dominic pinned the message for you guys. Once again, Lichess people are working hard to solve this, so cut them some slack. Lichess is down. Yeah, Lichess is down for everyone, and they made Olympiad games work for me, but I'm afraid their servers are still down. So sorry about that, guys. But right now, I am your only salvation. I am the only place you can go to if you want to watch Olympiad games. That makes me feel in control. It makes me feel powerful for once. Just kidding. Just kidding. Situation looks spicy. What situation? As in Lichess partner servers being down? It is what it is. Oh, unfortunately, well, I guess, or fortunately, Jorge lost his game to Richard Rapport. Okay, gotcha, Dominic. I've been looking forward to how this game unravels, but it looks like from this point on, actually surprised. I'm very surprised to see that Rapport did end up playing Rook D1, so he was okay. He was okay repeating moves kind of, but now yeah, Jorge got a little bit too greedy picking up the B2. I guess it's because this allows White's Rook to get really active, and it's not like Black is winning a pawn or anything, because White is immediately picking the pawn back up on B7. And then it kind of just goes downhill from here, because yeah, just keeping the pawn on F7 with White having a bishop pair, this is just not, yeah, this is just a recipe for failure. Like it's the bishops are just gonna dominate here, yeah. And as you can tell, yeah, he just, yeah, this is just immediately over because everything is hanging. This is hanging, the E5 is hanging. There's an X-ray against the F8 rook. This is just very sad. Yeah, very unfortunate for Jorge to lose like this. But I feel like the critical mistake really was this decision, was this choice to take on B2, because it's likely that Jorge underestimated how strong the bishop pair is going to be once the rook joins in, right? So without the rook, bishops cannot apply as much pressure, but with the rook being as active as it was on b7, that's what made the critical difference. And here, if Jorge just goes back to c2 and not getting baited by seemingly free pawn, then I think he still has a good shot at making a draw, because likely that he's gonna just go ahead and pick up the f7 sometime soon. Okay, so looks like Hungarian team is doing very well. So there's this game where Richard Rapport won. In this game, Sanan Sigurov is doing great. This is likely to go into the rook endgame where Black will be winning a pawn. Right? There's actually no defending the h5. When 5, by the way, happened. This happened. This is this is live. Happened on the board, and the only way for White to prolong the life of the h5 pawn is to go g4, but that doesn't work for too long, because now the g4 is the one who begins to suffer. Rook f4, there's now no way to defend g4 unless White wants to, yeah, to launch a domino effect and lose all of their pawns at some point. Yeah, chances are that because player with white pieces here has almost no time. I would say that there's a high chance that Sanan will just win this rook endgame. It's one thing to be able to hold rook endgames down the pawn, because I think technically speaking this is probably still a draw if white plays this properly, because it's just going to be a rook endgame down the pawn. Chances are that white should be able to survive this, right? Knowing how drawish rook endgames can be, even if a singular extra pawn is involved, chances are that white should still be able to survive. But once again, because of the just sheer amount of or lack of time in this for white, I feel like they're probably gonna lose, because it's hard. You see, the rook d2 was already not best. White needs to make sure that rooks get open up. So playing d4 was a must here. Now, obviously, if black takes, we can try to yeah. So ideally speaking, we wanna make sure that we only have one rook on the board. That's what makes it the easiest for white. And here, it actually kind of works out by force, because white is now also attacking both of these, and eventually stuff like this will likely happen, where we're gonna see a trade of pawns, and now just because of white's actor rook, black will be unable to make progress. To win this position, black would have to run the king to this side of the board, and while doing so, white will just be continuously checking, annoying the g7 pawn, annoying the h6 pawn. So because of that, usually it doesn't work for the side with the extra pawn. Why is the layout of the Lichess board is so clean? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell you. Yeah, it is an extension. Why is Lichess down? Unfortunately, some of the people that Lichess is working with have some hardware failure, and so Lichess is trying their best to work with their partners to fix this, but it's not entirely to Lichess right now. It's the people they work with. They've had some issues, so they still are working together to fix stuff, but it may take some time. Yeah, thank you for the raid, Innate Optimist. Welcome, raiders. We are currently observing the games from the Olympiad. It works. Don't ask me how. I don't know, some Lichess magic, I guess. But here they are. Currently looking at some of the games from Hungary versus Peru match. Looks like Hungary is in a great shape, because Benjamin Gledorov just won his game. Great news for Hungary, as it secures the match victory for them. And let's take a look at how Benjamin managed to do that with black in a Queen's Gambit decline structure, no less. Like when I see this position, I kind of think that black will probably not be winning the game, but chess is a wonderful game, and sometimes you're just wrong about things. And so it looks like, yeah, you see, it looks like black took a very aggressive approach on advancing the a pawn, because Benjamin knew that the pawn minority attack, right? That's what white usually tries to do. So the pawn minority attack is white's main tool, and black is working hard to disallow that idea from happening. I don't think white is looking forward to playing b4 or even b3 at any point, because now black can just take on b3. If white takes back with a rook, white begins having this weird backwards pawn on a2, and if white takes back with a pawn, b4 square is still unavailable, so white can't even get their pawn to b4. And so I guess, yeah, so eventually, yeah, I guess white just didn't have a choice. White did end up playing b3. The b4 square got occupied, and here black is the one using the open a file to infiltrate white's position. Very, very nice play by Benjamin. It seems that white is getting pressured here. It looks like, if white doesn't get to play b4 early enough, they may not get to play b4 at all, which is a nice thing to know. Once again, I'm not an opening specialist, but this is definitely the kind of plays that I don't usually see work for Black that often, and when it does, it feels great, and I'm sure Benjamin was probably delighted to see how this game played out. Not just because it played out in his favor, but just because whatever he did just felt natural, felt right. And I know that chess players, especially chess grandmasters, they don't necessarily care as much about the result as about making everything look right. You know, getting things right feels nice, feels natural. So very nice, actually, very nice pawn sacrifice. It's not gonna be Black is not gonna be missing a pawn for too long because b4 is hanging, d4 is hanging, so one of those will eventually fall. But just getting that knight on the outpost in d5, it's worth even more than a pawn. Like at this point, if Black just decides to not win the pawn back, there is no way White can beat them because of the knight on d5 covering the e7. You know, it's also covering a lot of important squares like e4, c3, b4. Very important to have your white pieces positioned on outposts in the center of the board. This is literally the best place for the Black Knight to be right now. And you know, once again, also very pleasant sight once it happens. You know, it just makes me happy. It's like Bob Ross, like Bob Ross painting. You know, this is what I see when I'm looking at the knight on d5. And here it just so happens that it looks like it's almost basically winning the game right away, and especially when a big blunder like rook c4 happens. Now this bishop is pinned and White ends up losing material because there's this, not losing the bishop, but rather losing all of the kingside pawns. And next move is rook b2, picking up the g2 pawn, so White just went ahead and resigned. As yeah, there's actually no defense against this. Also there is knight e3. This might be a slightly better because rook g2 is now threatening mate. Might just be a bit stronger than rook b2. Anyone here because Lichess is down? We're all here. I mean, I'm here not because Lichess is down, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that some people did come from Lichess to watch this broadcast. Hopefully it will be back soon. Okay, yeah, sounds good. The chessboard on the screen. This is just you can change the way your set and your pieces look in the settings, in the board settings. Usually when the set is not down, it's in the top right of the screen. If you click on your name, there should be a way to change that. I believe that this board is set color, no, sorry, board color number 5. So if you go from left to right, top to bottom, then it's number 5, and then the piece set is probably either number 1 or number 2, one or the other. Oh, it's Lichess board, just not from the official server. Oh shoot, I thought this is still right. Actually, it is different. You're right, it's lighter. King g3. Guess I would just play here. I would still threatening. I would still be threatening mate, just not in one move, just in a couple of moves. I always like pawn mates. They're so rare. I didn't have to. I could have just checkmated with a rook as well. Okay, so Hungary won their match. It looks like all the US team needs is a draw in one of the last 2 remaining games. But Dominguez is trying his very best to try and win this pawn end game, which hopefully he doesn't overpress. It happens sometimes that players overpress in an attempt to win games that are very hard to win. So I hope that he doesn't make this kind of mistake. Ray Robson should be getting at least a draw here, but I feel like Ray is also pushing because White's pawn on a6, while it is an advanced pass pawn, it's not really going anywhere else, right? Because the rook is positioned on the side. For this pawn to keep walking forward, the rook would have to go away, and as soon as the rook leaves, you know, the pawn just falls. In the meantime, black is looking forward to making some kind of progress with the king going to f4, maybe even rook coming to a2. Honestly, white should be very careful here. Like, white can lose this game if they're not careful. So I would say that Ray has a pretty decent chance of winning. Okay, so Arjun Erigaisi managed to win his game against Hannes Stephenson. And is this London? It is London. Guys, London. What a great opening. So, I mean, pretty standard, right? White has played knight e5 rather early, but that's what white does. Okay, so white's spread bishops got traded away. Very common. And here white just goes. Vroom vroom. H pawn. Go, go, go. See? What a wonderful opening. That's all you gotta do. And then you just push stuff. And then you just win. Look how simple this is. And then you just gotta calculate a little bit, and then voila. What a clean game. How can you guys hate London? What a great opening. GG. Very well done. Gukash's game is still ongoing. Please show it. Gukash's game is still ongoing. Please show it. Showing his game. Whoa, 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 whoa! What happened there? Okay, so this was about here. Okay, so Gukash did find f6. Very well done. And then, oh my god, he played g5. So aggressive. Give this man his money. This is from Rounders, by the way. Great movie. Go watch it. Not right now. Watch the stream for now. But then go watch Rounders after. Anyway. Whoa, okay. Gukash has made a decision, I guess. You have to, like, if you play g5, how long did it? Okay, so I guess he's made his mind like way before. I think he's made his mind here. When he played f6, he was like, okay, I'm gonna play g5. I'm gonna just give up the a5 pawn, and I'm gonna go. Go, go, Power Rangers. I mean, it's interesting. You see, it's not bad. Black has compensation. White shouldn't be taking, because if white takes, they'll get mated. And as you can tell by the position that's now on the board, Gukash. Okay, so white just doesn't know what to do. You see, white goes queen d2, queen d1. White is lost. White is a lost child in this game. I'm sorry, I didn't know what I'm saying. My comments are getting, the longer the stream goes, my comments are getting wilder and wilder. that's a very common thing. But would you look at that? So okay, so it looks like white should have paid a bit more attention to black's ideas, because here b6 and g4 essentially forced white's bishop back. White can't take on g4, as after this trade, white will take on d3, and queen is overwhelmed, right? Taking the bishop on d3 means losing the bishop on g4, and so black is just up a piece. So I'm pretty sure white just missed this idea, and then all of a sudden everything kind of fell into place. g3 happened, and white just got checkmated. Well, or will get, well, yeah, the game is over. It's not, yeah, it's over. Bishop f3. Oh, by the way, there's a very cool checkmate threat. White makes a random move. Black has capture, check, mate. Yeah, having your king in the corner may sometimes feel safe until this happens. And then you no longer want your king in the corner, right? I would honestly, I would take my king in the middle at this point. If my king is in the center, I'm happy. This just drops a piece. White can't take the rook because this comes with a check. It's a discovery attack. Game ends. So here, I think white is just gonna resign. Yeah, white resigned. It's official. Gukash won his game. India is killing it. So India is winning this match 3-0 for now. And this is the final game of the match between Pentala Harikrishna and Helgi S. Greterson, where Pentala is actually doing fantastic. Missing some pawns? No, not really. Material equality, but bishop pair, and the bishop on c6 is very annoying, right? Blocking the c file, taking away some space. So white should follow with h4, but I feel like here we're gonna see Pentala taking his time because both players just made it to move 40, meaning that they're gonna take it a little bit slower from now on. But h4 just feels very natural, right? You're just trying to expose the black king. If black tries to overprotect the g5, then it's likely that the h file will be also there's bishop. I don't think this. Maybe he'll find this, but most likely not. I think this is not a very obvious tactic. Takes queen g4 and then followed by rook f1. The rook is hanging on c8 and the king is just black doesn't have enough time to bring in the pieces to the king's rescue because the rook is hanging. Okay, not an obvious tactic. Not sure if this is going to happen or not, but h4 most definitely will at some point, sooner or later. Ivanchuk won. Whoa. I've seen Ivanchuk struggling quite a bit. Seeing him win from that. Wait, what happened here? So this is the position that we saw, where white was doing quite well. White missed their chance of playing e5. I think e5 was a bit more precise if white wanted to try and win, because it exposes the d file. White played f5. Ah, I see, in the position got closed, right? Well, white still has a big advantage because, yeah, I'm not sure about this rook. It definitely became, yeah, it definitely became less clear. Like it's not like I would think that white is still better, but it's not as clearly defined at this point, because let's say the f5 is hanging. Yes, the king is on e8, but now a whole bunch of white pawns are hanging, right? And nothing immediate, right? White doesn't have any immediate like tactic or some amazing maneuver to kind of have a clear understanding that they're better. Yeah, they're better just in general because, yeah, they'll probably be dropping a pawn or two actually, but because the black king is in the center and white will likely get some control over these weak light squares, that's why white is still doing well, but it's hard to understand, right, during a game. And also, Vasily has been playing like a bullet. Look at his time, an hour and 12 minutes. He's played through a lost, basically almost a lost position. He's played through a position where he's already okay. His opponent has 20 minutes on the clock to make about 17 more moves. I feel like that's probably what happened. You see these two moves just saw white collapsing, right? So knight a5, queen e2, pawns just collapsed. Bishop g4, very nice intermezzo, kind of forcing the white queen a bit further away. And now it's just the attack, you know. Black has worked very hard to make this attack setup work, and now they are reaping the rewards of their work. Game over. Okay. As fast as the things can go well for one side, it can go really badly, as you guys can tell. So if you don't seize your chances in Sicilian, this can happen, potentially. If time restriction can be removed, as in if he no longer feels older, or what? Or what does it mean? No, Chucky is amazing, yeah. I mean, and also like his facial expressions when he's playing, he's so colorful with his facial expressions. I've had the chance to play him in a classical game, what 4 years ago, I think it was during one of the St. Louis round robin events. And he was already like I enjoyed the game. We drew. It was a rather boring draw, but it was still cool to play him in person. I think that was the only classical game I've ever played him in. Ruslan Ponomaryov trying his best to win this rook endgame, or white is the only one who can win. Because the knight in d4 will always outperform the bishop on c6. The bishop is looking into this weird isolated pawn on d5. The knight is on an outpost. Life is pretty good for white here, but obviously with precise defense, black should be able to survive. I would assume, including before. It feels strange. That's the ancient suggestion. And then we go king e5, f6, king f4, and the rook is gonna try to infiltrate through e7. But how? Okay, so now the king just retreats all the way back. And eventually white will take on f7. Which is still not enough. Still not enough. I mean, okay, if I'm playing this game, if I reach this position, I think I'm winning. And if I were playing this as black, I would also think I'm lost had this position been reached on the board. Because I have a bad bishop, my opponent has an extra pawn, but somehow, some way, this is not entirely lost for black. Once again, don't ask me why. Don't ask me how. The point is to force black out of moves with b4, but yeah, but no, I mean, black is not really out of moves. Black has a6. As in force black to make an additional pawn move so that somewhere in the distant future they're gonna run out of moves. Possible. Yep, that's possible. I don't think a spot like that will ever come up though, because there's still rooks on the board. It doesn't seem like black will be trading rooks. I feel like black is lost if the rooks are traded. In this case, the bishop is just so bad. So if black allows the rook trade, I feel like it's over. And this is why I would kind of just still do this. And it looks like it's basically as good. All white has to see is basically this king maneuver where the king retreats from the checks, but it has to do it from the long side because obviously can't go to g3 right now as the f6 is hanging. And can't block the check because then there's going to be d4, and now the bishop is actually perfectly placed, winning the knight. There's no defense. Yeah, I wouldn't play before. Like I would just, I would probably go for this line if I see it, like for this king e5 f6 king f4 line, if I find it. But I would not include before. It just feels unnatural. It feels like I'm giving up some potential counterplay against the c3 right here. While my pawn is on b2, it's nice, nice and connected. So I didn't see any reason for me to play before just yet. Before is the kind of move I can make basically at any time I want. But this idea, the king f5 f6 idea, might not be available to me in a move or two. So I better hurry. Okay, so Andrei Volokitin made a draw against George Meyer. And so currently Ukraine is leading 1.5-1/2, but there is still 2 more games. This game, the Ruslan Ponomarev's game, and Volodymyr Onyszczyk's game, which sees Volodymyr actually doing quite well. This feels a King's Indian. And it was, well, kind of. It was King's Indian, right? So let's see how it went. It was just Fenkero on white side. And white played d5 early, which is unusual. So yeah, very standard King's Indian stuff. As soon as white plays d5, it weakens the c5 square. Black, puts the knight there, plays a5. a5 is done so that b4 doesn't happen, right? If white is trying to play b4 and kicks the c5 knight out, they can't do it just in any ways they want, because if they, let's say, try to play a3 after a4, there's always going to be en passant, so you'll never actually get to play b4 anymore. This is why it's going to take white quite some time if they want to do it with a pawn. They would have to play b3, then a3, then rook b1, and then b4. It's a lot of moves, right? Just to get rid of the knight from c5. So white tries to do it in a simple manner, just by trading it away. And at this point, yes, white can definitely take on c5, but once again, the bishop pair and stuff. And one of white's main ideas to make progress here is to play f4. Now playing f4 means that you're helping your opponent's bishop get into the game, right? In King's Indian, black's dark squared bishop is both one of black's main weaknesses and one of black's main assets. What does it mean? The bishop is bad as long as the pawn stays on e5. There is a lot of different ideas that black has to make the e5 pawn go away, but you know, if white just helps you do that by playing f4, then who are you to stop them, right? Just, you know, I'm just gonna take on f4 and make sure my bishop is amazing on that long diagonal. So white didn't take on c5 yet, because they wanted to keep the bishop so that at least something can fight against the black's dark squared bishop if need be. But yeah, it looks like this is already not great, because yeah, black is getting some attack going on the king side. So you see, weakness and asset, you can actually trade it away, and now you don't have a weakness anymore. It's just, you know, just because there's this massive pawn chain, it's unlikely your bishop would have had anything to do anyway, so better off to just get rid of it. And nice, very nice tactic. Taking on g4. I guess if white takes back, there's f3. Maybe? No. Queen h4. King e2. Oh, there is now a... No. Okay, I guess maybe at this point of the stream, I'm just not seeing simple tactics. It felt to me like this might be winning for black. Oh, but I'm stupid, right? Because white's gonna go here. Black can easily lose this. There's some weird stuff going on. Let's see, king h1. Oh wow, how cool is this? I once again, I don't ask me how, but now black is winning. But if white puts the king on h2 here, black has nothing better other than just perpetual check with queen h4, queen g4. Well, this is not obvious. I mean, white kind of believed black here. But if king e2, supposedly black needs to play queen h2, getting the pin ready, and because white would most likely try to run the king over to c2, now they can't do that as the g1 rook gets disconnected, right? The king blocks the connection between the rooks, and white loses the rook as a result, so the king cannot escape anymore. And if rook f1, now we go f3, because once again, white can never really disconnect the rooks, as, yeah, black will just take it. King d1, f takes g2, takes, and just rook f4. Very, very sad noodle this is for white. I'm not sure why I call the position noodle, but... Hello, Daisy, what's up? Why is Meyer playing for Uruguay? Good question, right? He used to represent Germany, but I guess he switched. Yeah, competitive muffin. Yeah, that's what he should do, but you know, it's easy to say when we are enjoying, you know, just enjoying the games from afar. It's a completely different thing to actually play the games. All right. Anyway, I think there is a high chance that Ukraine will be winning this match as well. It's just that we are not quite sure what score there will be. still really curious if Dominguez can somehow squeeze out a win in this pawn endgame. Probably not, right? Just in d3, c4. If this, then white loses because they are in Zugzwang right now. Wow. So there are ways to lose this for white. But king has to keep walking backwards. King activity in the endgames, especially in the pawn endgames, right? King is a very, very powerful piece. Don't forget that. How's Ray doing? Yeah, Ray did exactly what I suspected he would do. Now for k2, just either king g1, I guess. Oh, king g1 is not good, right? Because the king escapes checks. But rook e6, on the other hand, is the way. Yeah. And it's a draw. Well, once again, even if both games end in a draw, US still wins the match, so that's okay. India already won. China. Ding drew. Ding was playing the 2600 GM from Chile, Cristobal Henrique Villagra, and the game ended in a draw in the Rouser Sicilian. Okay, at this point, it's no longer a theory anymore, but makes sense. Okay, so it's always very hard to evaluate what happens in Sicilian. I would assume white is doing well because the pawn structure got locked on the queen side, so white doesn't have to worry as much about the king safety, although this square is bothering me quite a bit. The good thing is that black doesn't really have a piece that can go there right now. At the same time, black has some weaknesses on the king side, so I would say white is doing quite well here. But obviously, I'm not quite sure what's the plan to make progress. Maybe even playing something like c3 here would make sense. Just to kind of start getting rid of the pawns on the queen side, maybe even using the queen side for, you know, applying some pressure as white. About c3 now. Oh, it's a blunder, is it not? Yeah, e5 kicks the rook out, wins the e4. Okay, so I can't just do that. It would be nice if I could just play c3. Whoa, queen c1. Rook d3. No, he took. Yeah, white was trying to deal with black's queenside pawns, but he can't. So far, very clean game. Neither side made any mistakes, it seems. He offered a draw? Huh. Interesting. As Eric Rosen pointed out a couple of times, that if your much higher rated opponent offers you a draw at any point in the game, something is wrong with their position. I don't like it. So chances are that if you keep playing, you may beat them. Anyone knows what happened with Lichess? Unfortunately, I think it's probably still down. But they're working hard on bringing it back up. In the meantime, we get to enjoy the Olympiad games normally, thanks to a quick reaction from Dominic, aka Loy Par in chat. I'm not quite sure how to read your name. Okay. Oh, so China already won the match, because Bu Zhangji won his game on board 3. Let's take a look at it. A lot of King's Indians. I've been really scared playing King's Indian as black lately because I don't get very good positions in that opening. But funnily enough, even though the positions I get are really bad, I end up winning games anyway. I'm sure it doesn't have anything to do with King's Indian being a lucky opening for me or anything. It's just that my opponents somehow managed to screw up big time somewhere along the way, and I win. Okay, so here you have a fun little position where, even though there aren't that many pieces on the board left, there is a chance for black to get mated. Okay, so you see, so whenever you don't have much time left, but you have a second time control, right? So because here in Olympiad, players get 30 extra minutes added if they reach move 40. Repeating a position twice is a good way of quote-unquote burning moves, right? You want to get to move 40 as quickly as possible. You don't have much time. See, in this case, Bu Zhengji only had about a minute or about 2 minutes on his clock, so he needed to make sure he's capable of making the next 10 moves. And by repeating the position for the second time with his check on G8, right, this one, he burns 2 more moves until time control. And obviously because he's playing for a win, he can repeat it again, right? The position only repeats twice, right? He burns 2 more moves. Very important technique. Grandmasters can do this technique quite well. And wait, what? His opponent just resigned? Or what happened? Why did he just resign? It's just, oh my god, it's just lost. So black, okay, that's a lot of respect. So his opponent just resigned here. Just because black is losing another pawn? Wow. I guess it was that bad. I mean, it's an opposite color bishop endgame, at least. Try somehow. I guess there's just no way to try. That's impressive. Do you have time to eat at least some soup? Yeah, so I'll be leaving you guys probably within the next 30 minutes, and I will have enough time to catch your lunch, so don't worry about it. And yeah, speaking about other Lichess team right now, I'm sure everyone is working very hard, and I really hope that they will find 10-15 minutes to get some food, because yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Ilya definitely deserves his soup. I'm afraid I don't have any. I would have to go get some, but I may settle for something quicker than that. Okay. All right. Moving on. I think my the video feed is probably still off. I still have them on Hungary versus Peru. So how about we go ahead and take a look at Netherlands versus Chile. Here we have Anish Giri's game against Daniel Darda, something that looks like a draw. Let me quickly change this to match 6. Oh my god. What? I'm a magician. Look at that. Okay. So, looks like Netherlands is currently winning 2-1 because Jordan Van Forest won his game. You can even take a look at this game. This is clearly the decisive game of the match, because now all Anish has to do is just make a draw and match is won. So because Jordan Van Forest managed to win this game as black, there is not as much pressure on Anish to win his game right now. It's always nice when you can just keep trying. As long as you don't like hang a piece in one move, you know that you're not gonna be, everything is nice and well. Match is won. So interesting position. It's some kind of Marozzi bind, but with white not having played f3. Usually, if black can perform one of these breakthroughs against Marozzi bind, they will be in a good shape. But yeah, surprisingly, yeah, surprised to see Jordan picking up this way of playing, because yeah, that diagonal, oof, that doesn't look very good for black. Although it looks like Jordan's opponent was more than content with the draw, because you see he went for multiple trades, and obviously I would say that white probably shouldn't be losing this, because whoa, is this just a blunder in time pressure? What is this? I feel like this was just a oops, sorry, I didn't mean to press that. I think I'll go back here. Yeah, I already don't like c5, because c5 provides black with something to play against, right? The c5 pawn will require protection. Right now, nothing in white's position requires protection, so I would just do something like this. Yeah, like this is not great. Like I wouldn't like playing this for white, but at least I'm not like losing material or anything. But c5 and then bishop e3, this feels just like a blunder. Yeah, just bishop c5. Maybe white thought that he can get the pawn back with the active rook. But no, there's rook c7, right? The knight is always hanging, and there's rook c7, and black rook is going to be taking care of the 7th rank. So at this point, it was probably just a matter of time when white loses. Yeah, once again, this is a bait. You don't want to be taking pawns like this. The rook is completely stuck now on h7. Play rook b8, and yeah, eventually black just won, because extra pawn, a big time advantage. Yeah, he's playing with basically on increment, and needless to say, yeah, this move is also a mistake, and yeah, that's just slowly but surely black ended up squeezing the win out. Pretty nice win, but yeah, this is why I don't play for a draw, because it felt like white was just trying to make a draw at some point while having a better position. Like, just play off of your position, not off of your not off of your want to make a draw against a stronger opponent. I feel like it's always going to be wrong. You were trying to be so funny with a soup reference. Soup. God, I love soup. If that's what you're referring to. I think that's Zafcat's. The Zafcat's expression, yeah? It's down for everyone. Well, apparently not for everyone. Yeah, guys, please do make sure you read the pinned message in the chat. On top of the chat, there's a pin. Masterfully crafted by Dominic. Make sure you open it and read the message. But yeah, everyone is working very hard to bring the Lichess back. We once again are very sorry for this, but it should be fixed anytime now. Thanks for 300 bits. EYS is gone. Thanks. Okay, let's see. What else are we gonna look at today? So once again, Anish's game is it's definitely a Anish was trying to win. Here he has an extra pawn. It's an opposite color bishop endgame. So all black has to do to make a draw here is trade knights. It's hard to do because this knight is kind of stuck on a6 right now. But should be possible. Should be possible. once again, I've seen way more losses than this would be if Anish manages to win. But I would say that it shouldn't be the case because, you know, it's easy to hold. And Anish also knows that knights cannot come off the board because then the game ends immediately. It's going to be a draw. So it just makes it for a very easy defense for black. You know, black will just keep threatening knight trades, and eventually white will have to give up because they can't avoid them for forever. Okay. Let's see. Do we have any upsets today? Well, given we already have pretty strong matchups, right? People on first boards are already playing either the same people who are the title the same, or people who are pretty close in ratings. So we don't see very many underdog versus massive favorite kind of matchups today. Let's take a look at Hungarian team number 2. And interestingly, Peter Prohaska is oh, it's not Hungary C. So this is not Team B, this is Hungary C, which means that Hungary B is somewhere. No. Wait, where is Hungary B? I mean, they won their match. No, that's strange. Maybe they're playing somewhere way down. How many teams does Hungary have? Okay, I think no, I didn't find it. I still didn't find. I still can't find it. Oops, sorry. No, I think. Oh wait, there's. This is also Hungary, right? Hungary B. Okay. Oh yeah. So I was looking for Peter. Peter Prohaska is a good friend of mine. But it looks like he's sitting out for this match. And the match is over. Hungary B won with 3-1 because both their board 1 and board 2 won their games. This is why I play sometimes against them. So I played this fine against Kantor, who is also I think he represents, he's probably team C, but yeah, it didn't go very well for me as white because yeah, so the problem here is that you don't get castle, and as you can already see, white is kind of struggling, but you know, not by much. King got to hide on g2, and now the fun begins, and by fun I mean white is gonna try their very best to make the c5 pawn's life as miserable as possible. That's kind of the whole point of this opening line, that black has the c5 pawn. It's not great. We're gonna be trying to annoy it as much as we can. And there's actually never going to be a moment where black can just say, okay, this is a draw. You see, black eventually got tired of holding onto the pawn, played c4, thinking that maybe if they give it away, they can then pick it right back up. But I guess this was just a semi-blunder because e5 is really, really strong. This exposes the king. And oh yeah, the game it's a big blunder. Yeah. Cannot take, as there is this check winning the rook in c6. So king f8 doesn't matter. White will still force black to take on f7. So yeah, playing down the rook is not something international masters do when facing off against someone stronger than them. So yeah, that's why you see black resigning, not playing down that much material. Okay, Lukash's noob is going all out in the chat. Okay. Is the player called Mafaz Khalid from Pakistan still playing? I'm actually gonna go ahead and look. One sec. Wait. What do you spell that? Mafaz. Okay, so it's not here. I may not have access to all the games. My apologies, but I feel like I just don't have this game here. Like it should pop up, but it doesn't. By the way, lo and behold, Grandmaster Linear Dominguez have successfully outsmarted his opponent. The only drawing move here was King D2. This is why opponent games are so tough. You have to calculate so much. Oh, but he still has to understand that this is winning now. Aha! If you don't take an a4, we ignore it and go for the c2 pawn. Aha, this is why. Well, hopefully Linear has... Oh, he already played it. Never mind. I was about to say hopefully he has enough time to calculate things, but he already... He is in there. Whoa. d4. Now, only move king e4. You can't be taking because that invites the black king in. So king e4 is going to be played. And once again, only move DC. So opponent games are tough, but are also pretty cool because oftentimes you just have only moves. Like you can't really go wrong because if you go wrong, you lose immediately. So your calculation becomes simpler because of it. Easy. Wow. Just wow. Imagine squeezing out a win from that position, guys. Isn't that awesome? Which board is it? My apologies. It's just the third board, I guess. Oh, you're asking which board it is. I don't know which one. I can look it up in a board pairings. What's the name? See, yeah, one sec. I'm working on it. Are you sure you spelled out his name correctly? Mafaz Khalid? Because I'm not really getting anything. Oh, because I'm in the women's section. I'm just... That's stupid. Yeah, so it's board number 71. It's Mafaz Khalid versus Aziz Hussein. Something like this. This is board number 71. 71-1. Okay. Wonderful job by Dominguez. He does have only 10 minutes left, but once again, it should be a relatively easy job. Yeah, I'm afraid Ray will not be winning this game. His opponent did find the correct defense, which is just to keep the rook on e6. Did take him a while, but, you know, well done by Ray's opponent. Yeah, these boards are... They're all... I don't want to say they're all screwed up, but they're not what they're supposed to be. Yeah, in this in this place, which is fine as long as we have something to look at. Okay. Let's see. While we wait for them to for Lichess guys to add this board, we're gonna go ahead and look at maybe at some other games here. Limb 1. Well, that's nice. I think I'm probably gonna be better off just switching to this scene right now. Limb 1 was white, and that's what I suspected. By the way, guys, take notes. Very, very cool line. It's a side line, but it's a very cool line to be winning games quickly, especially against people who don't know how to react to this. So the idea is that you postpone castling and you don't play d4, right? So that you can invest your moves, your developing moves into rook g1 and getting the pawns pushed up on the king side as quickly as possible. If you ever feel in danger, you can just castle long. And I feel like that's what Lim did eventually. Yeah, here it is. You see, he castles because his king can no longer keep staying on, in the center. It's not cool. And eventually, yeah, see. Yes, he is keeping the bishop under attack, but then just with knight of 6 or something. And Black's king will be also dying very, very quickly. Because there's no defense against all those threats. What a game. Very, very clean. I guess Black resigns because after knight e7, f takes. Actually, there's nowhere for the queen to go because we can always just take and checkmate. So Black would have to, I guess, allow the promotion. White would end up with 2 queens on the board, but it's gonna be a quick game from here on out. Okay, and it looks like Vietnam did well overall. Because this Vietnamese player on board 3 won, and then board 4 was a draw, so Vietnam won with at least 2.5/2, and this is their final game right now, where a Vietnamese player is actually getting pushed back by his opponent from Bangladesh. And yeah, Black is struggling quite a bit here, down a pawn. And the endgame was a poorly placed bishop on c8, so definitely not ideal case scenario for Le Tuan Min. But once again, the match is already won, so this hiccup will mostly go unpunished, even if Black does end up losing. I think I see an upset here. Tamir Nabati, a grandmaster, a very, very strong grandmaster to that from Israel, ended up losing his game to his FIDE master opponent. There was about a 300-point difference between these two, and that's what sometimes happens, especially if Nabati tried to win in an opening as safe as Ro Lopez. If that's the case, then I wouldn't be so surprised. Yeah, I feel like if Stabati just wants to make a draw, yeah, he just takes on e5, and this is hard to win. This is hard to lose, Okay, so he lost. Is there any way that this is just an error in the broadcast? Because it just feels like it's physically impossible to lose this position. Let's see what happened. I feel like he just tried winning this. Yeah, he got his own pieces placed so passively. Right? This rook is not good. Having to defend both pawns. This rook is not good. The bishop is okay, I guess, but just misplacing the rooks pretty badly. Did he blunder? It takes way more than this to lose. Okay, so he blundered the pawn and then he just, oh my god, he just collapsed. That's very sad. Wow. Guys, it happens, Stuff like this happens all the time. I feel like he probably had some weird ideas that maybe he will win. But unfortunately it doesn't work out. Whoever requested my fast game, I'm afraid I will have to probably go in about 7 minutes. So if you don't get to look at the game today, I apologize. Once again, it's gonna be a little bit. Hopefully, it's gonna be a little bit easier starting from tomorrow. I did have couple of issues with some of the technical things on my end today, but that shouldn't be too hard to fix for tomorrow and the future streams. And obviously, there is this big outage. That's very unfortunate. A lot of people can now not access Lichess, but once again, at least the Olympiad games were mostly available to us to enjoy. So thanks to Lichess for that. And then hopefully everything else will be fixed as we move on. But once again, sometimes it's just not something that you can deal with. Sometimes it's not on your end, and that's as far as I know, it's exactly the case this time. So Lichess people are doing everything they can to make it work, and it will work. It's just like the internet connection issues. Provider eventually fixes it. So please stay patient. Please refresh board 100. Sure. Board 100. There we go. Khalid Mafaz versus Ivan Chaparinov. Let's take a look. Okay, so this was Real Lopez. We see a lot of Real Lopez's, Sicilians, and Caracats, right? Those are pretty good openings overall. So let's see what happened. Isn't this the Twitch streamer? I feel like that's him, right? Because I think Eric and I watched his game yesterday. No, but this is his game from yesterday. Dominic, this is his. Yeah, this is not from today. Yeah, this is not. I'm like, wait. In that game, he also played black and he also played Real Lopez. Yeah. I realized it. Unfortunately, that's not right. Okay, how about we just take a random game that's still ongoing? How about this one? Mongolia versus Czech Republic. Wow. The king is quite sus on h4, and yet doesn't seem like black can get to it. Let's take a look. How did that happen? What was the opening? It's this one. I've seen this before. Well, actually, I've seen this before because I play this as black, but I go for bishop d7, and I go for this line. Queen c8, which allows black to get a bishop pair, but at least my knight gets to develop to c6, where it's probably best. So that's how I play this for black, but this time black decided to go for a different line. And yeah, it can get dicey because it's hard to develop the queen side. This open diagonal makes it so much harder for black to do anything. You see, the knight actually still went back. Knight b8, knight c6. It's such a massive waste of time, and yet it's somehow okay. See, black is okay. Nothing too bad is happening, even though black's pawn structure is now kind of ruined, and yet it's still. I guess they just still have enough compensation or enough play rather on the queen side to warrant the bad pawn structure. Once again, it looks scary. Black is kind of threatening white on the king side a little bit, and hard to make progress. You see, you have a whole bunch of just repeating moves. When eventually white does find a way to transpose into the endgame, where we are located right now. Knight d4, I guess, just takes on e5. Okay, wow, something happened. Okay, yeah, okay, now we have the correct game, and doesn't seem like, unfortunately, doesn't seem like Mafaz is doing very well. So let's take a look. Okay, so we have Queen's Gambit declined, the main variation. These days I don't really see black take on c4 as often. They usually just go castle and play it a bit safer. But taking is okay. Now black gets to develop the bishop to b7. everything develops, and now black is gonna try to play c5 and transpose into you know, into the the pawn symmetry. Okay, so that's exactly what happens. And yeah, usually when that happens, it means that black has no problems. Even actually, black doesn't even take on d4. It goes c4, and I guess black is gonna try to use the pawn majority advantage in the queen side to make stuff happen. And Khalid is has been very optimistic over his potential king side play, and I feel like yeah, it's clearly over pushing. Yeah, he's pushing the boundaries of what actually works or what doesn't when it comes to attacking. He doesn't have the key pieces to make the attack work. He doesn't have the light squared bishop. He doesn't have the dark squared bishop. Those are the attack enablers. Without them, chances are that you'll just create a lot of weaknesses in your position without really getting much for it, and that's precisely what happened. As you can see, his attack went nowhere. He just ended up losing a bunch of material, and yeah, and as a result, he's now in a really tough shape. He's been trying, he's been fighting, but yeah, in the end of the day, looks like it's still not enough. Black just defended against everything, and queen versus rook and the white piece. But black has a passer, so eventually it's gonna take a while, but black will eventually just win because his pawn will promote. Actually, it's probably happening right now. Chances are that white can no longer defend against the promotion, right? Rook e2, I guess it's just queen e2, right? Promoting singular knight against the queen is pretty much game over. Very unfortunate, unlucky for Khalid. Looks like he's having a tough tournament so far, but hopefully it turns around for him in the future rounds to come. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thanks for joining me today with the commentary for the round 2 of 2024 Chess Olympiad. I know things were kind of shaky today. Once again, my apologies for that, but you know, we'll make some improvements, some adjustments for the future days and come back stronger without any technical issues, hopefully. So once again, thank you very much for joining me today. Stay tuned, as I'll be back tomorrow. On Saturdays, Eric will be doing commentary for you, and on Sunday, I believe is gonna be FIDE Master Guari Shankar, who's gonna you know, entertain you with a commentary for the Sunday game. And that being said, I wish everyone a wonderful day. Take care, and I'll see you soon.